2023 wasn't a good year for the Carolina Panthers, but I'm trying to make 2024 a better one for myself. Get started on your resolutions with Factor so you're ready for the new year. Factor's ready-to-eat meal delivery takes the stress out of meal planning and sets you up for success in the new year. Skip the grocery stores, prep work, and cooking fatigue. Instead, get chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your door. With over 35 meals to choose from per week, including keto options, calorie smart, vegan plus veggie, and more, plus over 55 weekly add-ons, you'll have a ton of nutritious and flavorful options to kickstart your resolutions. Skip that overpriced takeout trap. Factor is cheaper and way more delicious than takeout. Get chef-crafted, restaurant-quality meals delivered right to your door, and they're ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes, which means more time for you. Head to factormeals.com/C350 and use the promo code C350 to get 50% off. That's code C350 at factormeals.com/C350 to get 50% off.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
What is the deal, Panther fans? It's your boy, Tony Dunn, a.k.a. The Professor. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast, brought to you by CarolinaCatChronicles.com, where every Tuesday night we chop up the latest Panthers news and opinions from the fan perspective. And I got to say, patty cake, Baker's, man. Roll them up, throw them in the pan, mark them with a B, put them in the oven. For Cody and me, Baker is here.
Oh,
Cody Lastney, how are you doing, my co-host, my wheelman? Welcome back to the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Tony Dunn, it's another Tuesday night, another night where people like to tell me my opinions are great, my opinions are trash. Either way, I like to provoke the emotions and the energy of people. And I do have to say, man, Baker Mayfield is the perfect quarterback to get people's emotions all revved up and raring to go, Tony. You know there's no way I'd rather be on a Tuesday night than right here chilling with my favorite Panther brethren in the world. And on top of that, we're going to do it with the best damn Panther fans in all of YouTube. You know them and love them. It's our man, Drew, Alex Edwards, Baker, Jay Prey, what's going on? Josh Cookie Monster, Lawrence Trevette, Lynn Leonhardt, what's up, Lynn? Matt Knows Nothing, Sean Hume, Tim Estes, Y Big Jordan, William Taylor, Skunk Ape Mysteries, Tony Dunn, ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's
roll. Hector Macho Camacho in here, too. Welcome to the C3 Panthers Podcast tonight. Baker Mayfield background check. That's right. We're looking into the past of the person, the player. Tonight's guest, Jeff Lloyd, Locked On Browns podcast host, joining us at 12 minutes from now to tell us, or at least give us some insight into who Baker Mayfield is, the player, the person. And I got to tell you, Baker Mayfield has been taking over the conversation. And I got to say, I think as we look at some of the things that have been coming out, the allure of this trade, the personality, I hearken back to Cam Newton, right? And there was this presence. And here's the thing. I know you're going to already be like, no. Baker doesn't even hold the jockstrap of a Cam Newton's presence. That's true. But one thing I've learned already about Baker Mayfield is a lot of these ideas, they're preconceptions. I heard him talk in the press conference today, and it was none of the things that people described. None of those things. So a player, people always told us who Cam Newton was. Not us. We knew who Cam Newton was, right? We heard all of the national media, all of these preconceptions. I'm wondering if Baker Mayfield has been victim of some of that. And I can't wait to get to know the person, the player with CK tonight. How you doing, my man?
Oh, man, listen, we all got to see a press conference today where, listen, I think we might have seen the birth of a star, right? Also, we might have seen the death of a star. And I'm not talking about Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. I'm talking about the James Webb Telescope. Let's go. That was an incredible
yes, sir.
stuff that they released today. If you haven't watched
Cody
it,
about had a heart attack.
But listen, I listen. It's hard to watch that press conference and think negative things about Baker Mayfield. I'm like I said, and I mentioned it pre-show to the boys here. I'm not overly optimistic, but I am very much open to the idea that Baker Mayfield can do some shit. And listen, I mean, we can.
He can piss Cody off. That's one thing.
You want to hear something? I was critical. I did not think when I looked at his highlights, the highlights that we posted on our Facebook or on our website. I was like, Baker Mayfield, even with his highlights, like looked like he was underthrowing people. Right? I don't know if you know this, but they did a next gen stats top 25 plays from air yards from quarterbacks since 2016. Baker Mayfield, I think, had 2 in the top 5. You know who didn't have a single one in the top 5? Patrick Mahomes. You know who didn't have but 1 in the top 10? Josh Allen. You know who had the top 1 in the entire NFL since 2016? Baker Mayfield. Not only that, he had 2 in the top 5. Just saying, like the idea that this guy can't be explosive. To also that point, because I can see Cody shaking his head a little bit, right? This isn't about drawing comparisons to Cam Newton. Baker Mayfield broke rookie records his first year as an NFL quarterback. Okay. They've been broken by Justin Herbert since then. In 2020, he had a good year, right? Guess what Cam Newton didn't do until his 5th year in the league? Have a great year in the NFL. So the idea that Baker Mayfield cannot possibly be a good quarterback in this league.
Rookie year. He had a great.
It's going to be a long,
but not as good as Baker Mayfield's rookie year.
No, just in passing touchdowns. Like it's always one stat. It's always one stat. So Cam probably broke the rookie rushing stat that year. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's always one stat. Mm-hmm. But I tell you this, you were making me cool me off, baby. That was some sexy talk from the voice that makes him moist. I'm telling you this. I don't know, but let me be excited, Cody. Mm-hmm. Let me.
Why do y'all keep on excited? Saying me?
Let me.
I'm not trying to rain on no one's parade, baby.
Oh my God!
All right, let's see how the night goes, and we'll see if that's true, Cody.
Yeah. Cody's been on Twitter saying, "Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining." Greg's in the house. Yeah. The Bat Daddy, the Stat Daddy. Welcome back to the C3 Panthers podcast.
Man, what is going on? Love being here. This is going to be so fun. What's coming on? And this right here is going to be one of the best parts about Baker Mayfield. It's going to be so exciting to talk about this.
It's great to have a personality.
We're going to be in the news. We are in every day this week. I've heard Panthers on all the shows I've listened to, and it's great. Cody, I love being on a hill with you, man. I really do. But on this one, brother. On this one, I will welcome you back down with open arms, and I will even buy you a Baker Mayfield jersey because I hate to say this, man. 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions is all we need, and I think he's capable of doing that. So even 15 interceptions is okay.
Man, we got so much. How about this? Is we have finally something that gets our blood pumping. That's the thing, Cody, is that I want to say this is whether or not he is what you think he is or what he is, what you don't think he is. Finally, we got a little energy, bro. You know what I'm saying? A breath of life into our season. That's what I would just say is that we have to deal with Matt Rule, who's a suck out. Like it's like this, sucking air out of the balloon. Who else we got to deal with? Sam Darnold sucking air out of the balloon. Who else we got to deal with? Somebody else. David Tepper sucking air out of the balloon. We finally got somebody that comes up and goes, finally we got some air in the godforsaken balloon.
You have hope is what you have.
Just energy. Just a little energy. Just a little energy, bro.
And listen, Tony,
look at his face behind your head. Look at him.
It's kind of mopey. Listen, you said in our chat, Tony, that say what you want about Baker Mayfield. It's definitely good for our channel, man. And that is certainly the truth. I think there's so much more discussion to be had, so much to talk about. You know, CK is already making the comparisons, as has been made on Twitter all day, between Cam Newton and Baker Mayfield and all this nonsense that I continue to hear poured upon us. And what I want to reiterate is this, and I know we're going to break it down. We have a full show prepared for everyone tonight. My main motto is it's prove it season. The past 2 years in a row, we have all felt very good that the Panthers made strides to take a step forward to be a playoff football team. And every year, we have had our hopes dashed by subpar quarterback play. I'm sorry, until I see further proof, that's what Baker Mayfield is to me. He's subpar. Now, do I hope that in a few months' time that I get to be the butt of every joke in Panther fandom and I have everyone calling telling me how wrong I was? Yes, I hope that happens. I want the Panthers to be a damn good football team. I just don't feel like Baker Mayfield is going to be the one to do it. But we will see.
How scared are you for the moment that you could be excited? You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a moment. Think about that. If you are wrong, if you say that, you are saying, oh, I wish, I hope, I pray that I'm wrong. Think about this. What is it? We're thinking week 8, week 9, week 10, somewhere in there. I don't need the week. Are you a little nervous about that moment where you go, oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
How long is it just hope that you're wrong?
I know.
I'm honestly not nervous because I don't fucking think it's going to happen. Okay. Like, I just don't, man. Like, I've been through this before.
No.
Say that I'm jaded. Say that I'm jaded. Say whatever you will. I don't believe Baker Mayfield is the answer. I do think that we could be a good team this year, but I don't know that he's going to be the long-term answer. And, hey, man, I hope I'm wrong. I hope
you are.
Can I even – look, I'll even extend an olive branch, okay? If I am wrong, this is going to be one of the best things to ever happen to the Panthers. Like, if he has the type of turnaround that everyone's hoping for and has the bravado and actually has the ability that I'm doubting that he has, if he does all of those things, it's going to be incredible. This man.
What if it's not a turnaround? What if it's a return, though? If you get the 2020 Baker Mayfield, that return on your investment is incredible.
But that's
like, it doesn't have to be more than that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it does. I disagree. I think it does have to be more than that.
I agree with Cody.
I think that, yeah, and then I'll pass this to CK. I think that one season where they went to the playoffs, it has everyone hoping and praying that that's who Baker Mayfield is. There is one season of Baker Mayfield doing that. So even still, he went one and done in the playoffs on a very good football
team.
2
and done. 2 and done.
Yeah.
Pardon me. 2 and he won one.
Yeah, it's kind of like a
Deshaun. Didn't Deshaun Watson do that too to the same team
Here we go
in the same round?
Hey,
Chiefs
let me
round.
this out there. Cam Newton was 2 and done in his first playoffs as well.
On a much, dude. The Browns are on such a better roster than what Cam had.
But
here's the hold on. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into a ton. The number is 252-228-5098. You can tell us what you think about Baker Mayfield. Are you a Baker's man, or are you like the patty cake pessimistic man over there, Cody Lashney? I am. I'm telling you, I think that Baker Mayfield is a victim like Cam Newton to a national narrative that isn't true. I'm telling you, we're going to find out about it in just a moment with Jeff Lloyd, Locked On Browns podcast host. The number is 252-228-5098. We want you to weigh in, smash the thumbs up button, jump into the chat, man. Fantastic show coming up tonight. Later, we're going to rank in our eyes. And already, I'm going to tell you this. You think Cody is ridiculous when it comes to Baker Mayfield. Wait till you hear his rankings of the strength worst to first position groups for the Panthers. I've got some big disagreements, if that's even a word. I'm telling you, I think that a lot of Panthers Twitter is going to love you, though, Cody. y'all think way too high of the cornerback group, way too high, and of the offensive line. You said prove it, show it to me. It's a show me.
Yeah.
I need to go to the show me state. But so we're gonna in just a moment we're gonna have some clips too from the press conference. What happened today? Baker addressed the media finally. Scott Fitter.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield did his first introductory press conference with the Carolina Panthers. I've got some clips from what I feel are the best moments of that. We know
like
Baker's
the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we know Baker's new number, which is indeed
controversial.
Number 6. We'll get into that. He talked about some of the lessons that he took from the Browns. He kind of threw what I felt was like a subtle jab at the Browns during one of those questions, which I'll pull up. It was the Nick Carboni question, which we'll play that. We'll jump into it. But a lot of good stuff, man, from Baker, and we're gonna parse through it. And I'll say this without giving away too much. He did have a really good introductory press conference. I felt like it carried himself well. He seems like he's down to, be a part of a winning football team. So I didn't expect him to have a bad one, but I do think that he made a good first impression on the Carolina Panthers.
Wait, you thought he was going to have a mid one? Mid one?
No, I expect him to be good on the microphone. To be honest, that's where he's best.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Before we get into the interviews that he did, I just wanted to address one thing that Cody and CK were saying a moment ago about the 2020 Baker Mayfield and how if you get that, it's not enough. So we've only got him for 1 year. So if he has a 2020 season next year with us, what do you do if that's not enough?
That's
like seriously, part, I mean, what would make you not,
baby.
What would make you not want to re-sign him if he had a 2020 season this season?
The price tag.
I kind of resigned myself to the fact
you've got to pay for a good quarterback, man.
He's already going to not even he'll cost less just because he's with the Panthers. That's a great question.
That's what I'm saying is if he has a 2020 season, I think he's still going to be a fairly cheap option.
I don't think he's going to break the bank. I agree. Right. I don't think he's going to break the bank.
From a if we really believe him to be a franchise guy, I don't. To Cody's point, I don't believe 2020 is enough for us to consider him a franchise guy.
You know how we're going to figure this out right now. Team? Cody, let's go ahead and bring in the first guest of tonight. Actually, we only got one guest tonight, other than you. Jeff Lloyd. Jeff Lloyd from Locked On Browns podcast. Thank you for joining us and giving us your time tonight. Baker Mayfield's a superstar and among talk with Browns fans, right? Is like one of the great things about this is as soon as Baker was traded to us, we're in the conversation. Browns fans who are the best, they're really great fans, dude. I'm telling you, I've seen them in action. They're sitting here, man. They love Baker. They're wishing him the best. Tell us about Baker Mayfield, man. Thank you for joining the show.
The way it all worked out was, very, very, difficult. There was the incredible rookie season taking a 0-16 team to 7-8-1. Finally putting, the myth to bed about this franchise, LOL Browns, every Cleveland Browns joke you can come up with. Then 2019, they tried to put together, kind of an all-star team. It didn't mesh. They didn't have the coaching to match it. Then you get to 2020, and with that, nobody knew. It was a brand new GM. It was a brand new head coach. COVID hit. There was no OTAs. They went to training camp. Week 1, they went to Baltimore. They didn't play well at all. And then they rang off 4 straight wins. And then they closed the season 6-2. Went to the playoffs in Pittsburgh and won. Played Kansas City tooth and nail to the final minutes of a playoff game on the road. So the expectations for 2021 were extremely high. You brought in Jadeveon Clowney, Odell Beckham Jr. was coming back. The passing game never meshed. The defense was poor early. The defense got much better late. The offense couldn't do enough to keep it, on the level of the defense. And as what happens when teams don't meet expectations, things got chippy. Things were said behind the scenes. People didn't get along, which led to the ultimate changing and the Cleveland Browns understanding that they had a roster that they absolutely loved. They were willing to forfeit future draft assets to get one of the top echelon quarterbacks in the game. They were able to get it done, which left the fracture of the Baker Mayfield relationship, and for them to figure out a way, somehow, some way, to put him somewhere else. And ironically enough, it'll be week 1.
Jeff, you alluded to the fact that the passing game really kind of never got going. And I feel like in 2021, a lot of it was because of the injury that Baker Mayfield had. But there's this overall narrative that, maybe it was because of the different coaches that Baker Mayfield had every year, but that he was just not enough in the passing game, that he just had a lot of inaccuracies. Famously, he never got on the same page with Odell Beckham Jr. Can you shine some light onto that? Because a lot of Panther fans, truthfully, no matter what you feel about Baker, we don't know what we're getting with him. I'm one of these people who says that he had a bunch of talent around him and couldn't necessarily get it done. That's why the Browns wanted to move away from him. But then other defenders, talk about the coaching changes. They talk about, seemingly Stefanski kind of almost having it in for him, it seems like. What was Baker's Achilles heel in never being able to get this passing game going?
The problem was part of it was relationships and the type of people they were. Baker Mayfield is a dynamic personality. I think you guys have gotten probably a little bit of taste of this thus far. You're going to see it, going further. He loves to have the attention and the spotlight put on him. Granted, that's the way it should work for the quarterback. You wonder sometimes maybe if Baker puts too much on himself and leaves himself in a position where if he does have a rough day, obviously he's going to, draw all the negative. Him and Odell, it never worked. In 2018, when Baker Mayfield excelled for this franchise, he was throwing to Rashard Higgins. Jarvis Landry, to his credit, was probably the one guy who was never truly the issue with the Browns passing game. The Browns signed and brought him in, but he was never the player production-wise, that he was with Miami. And maybe that was something that was going to translate for Jarvis Landry on teams that were going to be winning teams. Maybe a lot of his statistical production while he was with the, Dolphins was, inflated late in the game. Then you get to the point, where, Odell was brought in. Everybody just assumed it was going to work. It didn't necessarily happen that way. And for that, Baker's at fault, Odell's at fault. Then he got to 2020. And, it started slow. Then then Odell tore the ACL in Cincinnati. And all of a sudden you saw this Baker Mayfield play at an elite level that you saw in 2018 all over again. Then came 2021. The season started off, with a game in Kansas City. Then week 2, Houston was a big win for the Browns that week. Then Odell came back to the fold, and all of a sudden the passing game, subsequent with Baker's injury, started to slow down, started to unravel again. And the biggest thing with Baker is, as much as you want to put an asterisk on the injury, he put himself out there every week. So at the end of the day, you have to grade his play. Whether he was injured or not, and there's been many media, people who have said maybe he should not have played. And yes, that may be the case, but he chose to play. So you have to grade his play on that. And I think at the end of the day for the Browns, we're in a position where we think we can get better quarterback play. Let's go pursue that. Let's see if that can be a true option, if we can attain that. And once became the possibility that they could attain that, it just made the situation personally between Baker and everybody within the front office and the coaching staff obviously very, very messy.
Jeff, a follow-up question with that. We had something similar here in Carolina in 2017 because Cam Newton had torn the labrum on his throwing shoulder. And, he does what an alpha quarterback does. He wants to go out there and win for his football team. So I really don't hold Cam Newton or Baker Mayfield really responsible for that. How do Browns fans feel in that situation? Was that on Stefanski for not being the right head coach and the right leader to say, hey, look, our quarterback is clearly injured. His throwing mechanics are compromised. I need to pull him, versus how much capability does Baker Mayfield have to do that very same thing and say, look, I'm playing like a shell of myself to the point where I'm a detriment to the team I'm supposed to be helping win.
Even injured, Baker Mayfield was the best quarterback they had. And you saw that in the games where he did not play. So that was the bottom line. And look, the other thing is, it was fourth year. Everybody knew it was involved. Baker Mayfield still, had no contract going further. So he was not going to make himself any more money by saying, hey, the labor's banged up. I'm sorry, guys. It's over.
He's got to be a warrior
next year. The Browns had expectations last year. They had legitimate expectations. They were not going to reach any of those expectations with anybody else other than Baker Mayfield. But again, did that lead to, him not playing well? Do we have to ultimately judge him or not? Did that lead to the decisions the Browns made to go to? It certainly did. But every other quarterback in that position would have done the same thing Baker Mayfield did. They were trying for that $100 million plus guaranteed. They were trying to say, hey, if I can do just enough, I can get us at least the playoffs. And, we can say 2 years ago we went to the playoffs. But the problem was, and this is one thing with Baker, is Baker will make a mistake and he will try to compound it in 2 throws, as opposed to saying, all right, let's compound it over the rest of this game. And sometimes one mistake for Baker Mayfield leads to another mistake, and then maybe another because he rushes his play after one mistake. There's been times where he's been great about blocking that out and going just through everything he needs to do, progressions, finding the open receiver, settle with backs out, and just trying to get the ball up the field. But Baker Mayfield, he has a very, very strong personality, and sometimes it's one of the things that does affect his field on the play. I mean, it affected his play on the field, and it certainly was the case in 2021.
To add some context to this discussion, I'm Tony. My co-host is Cody. I am excited about the Baker Mayfield acquisition. Cody is a hater, right? So I'm going to give some of the context there. Every time I give anything,
I'm a realist, not a hater.
Any reason to be optimistic about this, beyond just that it cost us a bag of potato chips. Cody goes this. Oh, but the Browns have the best fucking roster in the whole world. By the way, I'm going to cheers your Miller Lite with my Miller Lite as I lead into this question. And look, they will tell me this. They will tell me, oh, the Browns, they have the best. Panther fans have got a hard on for the Browns roster. And I will tell you this. In my opinion, I am from the Show Me State. I've been doing this podcast for 10 years. We haven't missed a week. I've seen a lot of expectation, optimism, but I want to see it. You have a ton of first-round picks on your team. Okay. You got a ton of names that people told us were amazing at the combine. But really, people are shitting on Baker Mayfield because of the talent of the Cleveland Browns. Are you really that damn good?
I think the thing with Baker Mayfield and the personality has the Baker Mayfield temperament and the personality has is when you're winning, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Well, sure.
When you're losing, and Baker with the type of mentality he has, and and as a quarterback, as a team leader, there's certain things, discussions you have to say, as far as, pointing out your own, wrongdoings, pointing out others. You're a team leader. You have to do these things. We got to get this better. We got to get this tighter, And so when you're winning, because you want to know what? We walk out of the stadium, everybody goes, eats, has some drinks, and we go back to work, 2 days later. When you're losing, that stuff kind of maybe resonates. And I think
is your roster that good?
Where it went this year, and
good?
Certainly is the Cleveland Browns roster that good?
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps telling me.
The Cleveland Browns roster.
You could put a mid-level quarterback.
The Cleveland Browns have an elite running back room.
Okay, all right. So a big Georgia Bulldog.
The Cleveland Browns have elite running backs. They have an elite offensive line. Okay. They have 2 of the best pass rushers in the NFL. They have a great linebacker room. They are 5 deep at cornerback, and they are 3 deep at safety. Cleveland Browns roster is legit. There is just no way around it. And the thing, and this is why even now, keep in mind, they only had a second-round pick. That was the earliest pick in this past draft. They traded down from there. The Browns weren't drafting any starters. The Browns did not draft a starter in this past draft. Not many teams can say that. So what they felt is we have enough here, and what we can do from here is we can spend some draft capital because we can make a major upgrade at the quarterback position.
So first, let me say, just a heads up, Jeff, if there is a slight delay, so that's probably why you're hearing some of this lulls. But I wanted to ask a question because I think, we were all kind of in that race. The Panthers were in the race along with you with Deshaun Watson. And during that, obviously there's a lot of divisiveness that comes with the idea of getting a guy like Deshaun Watson. Now, add in there with Cleveland, not only do you get a guy like Deshaun Watson, you give up a lot of draft capital for him, you give a lot of actual capital financially for him, and then on top of that, you get rid of the one quarterback that has been probably the best one you guys have seen in decades. Is there a fear from the organization? I mean, the Browns fans have had gone through thick and thin, and they have maintained Browns fandom. I have not seen an exodus of Browns fans in the entire time I've ever been a football fan, like I have over the past week, or really few months with Deshaun Watson and now Baker Mayfield coming to the Panthers. Is there a fear amongst the organization, amongst even just content creators like yourself, that these moves that the Browns have made are going to be long-term problems?
I don't think anybody believes that's the fear. I think it's more of the wearing the black eye you're going to have to wear currently, in making this move for this player with the said, everything that's going on with, Deshaun Watson off the field. That is the difficult part of it. And, morally, it feels a little dirty, that type of stuff. And understanding that, you traded all of this for Deshaun Watson, and yet we are all 99.9% sure he's not going to play the opening week, perhaps the opening month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever it may be. So is there a little bit of a thought of, did you sell your soul, for this type of thing? And yeah, I can understand it. And I know there's a lot of Browns fans. I have, people that I've worked with in the past who no longer do Cleveland Browns content just due to basically the morality of this type of move. For me, that's not an option. I have a contract. I have a job. This is something I have to do. I have to fulfill. So, I got to talk about this team every day, even though every day it seems like one segment of every podcast is due to some sort of legal, which, I'm not really schooled or trained enough to speak intelligently enough on. But the thing it got to the point once you say, and this is basically where the conversations went, is if Russell Wilson's interested, if Aaron Rodgers is interested, if Deshaun Watson is interested. Once you got to those conversations with Baker Mayfield, there was no turning back. Like, you can't say to somebody, I'm looking to upgrade over you, and then expect that situation to go any further. That is an endable conversation. That is a relationship ender. And that is essentially what happened.
Can I offer one follow-up to that, and then I'll move it on to Greg here? So when we first hired Matt Rule, there were reports that Matt Rule, after we had made an offer to him, he went back to the Giants and said, can you match it? Or can you beat it? And which is good business sense, right? But as a Panthers fan, you couldn't help but feel a little bit sour to the idea. And I know this is about Baker, but I think that this is the first time that with 4 teams really being in the Watson race, us being one of them, you guys being the final, the final destination for him, to be the first team eliminated out of the 4, and then to have him come back to us to try to get guaranteed money, which again, that's what it all was. Do you get a sense that the fan base is turned off by the idea that Deshaun Watson didn't want to come there? You guys were the lowest on his list, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just, you guys were the first ones that were told to be removed from that contention, and then all of a sudden you were back in it. Do you feel like there's a sense of contention amongst the fans because of that?
I will say that part of the entire scenario was weird because, we've gone through this a little bit. I mentioned several times, basically the Schitt's Creek reference. The Browns were told not once, not twice, but thrice times by Deshaun Watson's camp that they were not interested. And then once the talks intensified as far as guaranteed money, and knowing, Deshaun Watson's agency and having spoken to him with a little bit, it got to the point where they legitimately sat him down and say, all right, take Ohio out of the equation. Take the weather out of the equation. Deshaun, look at this roster. Look at this roster in Cleveland. What do you know about it? Who do you know? Who are players you're familiar with? And yes, there was a part of this on their camp to hopefully drive up more guaranteed money from other organizations. But once they looked at the roster, and now that Ben Roethlisberger was out of Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, was it a mirage? Nobody knows. The Baltimore Ravens, that whole situation is very strange because it seems Baltimore is not ready to commit to Lamar Jackson, regardless of whatever they're trying to say publicly. So it got to a point where they looked at the money, they looked at the roster, and Deshaun realized that maybe this was the best situation for him. Because the one drawback may be weather, it may be, December, January. But guess what? You've got the offensive line. They are fantastic. They are great. You've got the running backs. So that point, and it wouldn't matter anyway to be successful late in the season, you've got to be able to play in the elements. So that everything was there for him to go to Cleveland, for them to be a successful team, but him just understanding that there was going to be a time before he was going to be given the opportunity to be the quarterback for that team.
Jeff, what's going on? Greg, nice to meet you. Question about I'm doing all right, man. Question about all this going on. You'd kind of answered a little bit about the question I was going to have earlier, and it's kind of what is Baker's biggest weakness you can see on the field. And you talked about earlier how he compounds problems that he has by trying to make up in two throws. And hopefully that's the biggest problem because that's fixable through just, reprogramming how he's going to do things. But I was wondering, with his biggest problems, do you think that in Carolina, you had mentioned y'all having a great running back room, a great linebacker room, great safety room, two great defensive ends. I think Carolina and an offensive line, I think minus the linebacker room, Carolina may be right there too. Do you see the components in Carolina we need to surround Baker Mayfield to make him successful?
Okay. Well, first things first, everybody keeps bringing up Julian Council. Yes, he does a fantastic job on Locked On Panthers, guys. So I will throw my buddy a bone there. One thing that I do like right off the bat for Baker Mayfield is that Rashard Higgins is here. The relationship at times was weird, but it wasn't necessarily Baker's fault. In 2018, Baker had a great deal of success with Rashard Higgins. Baker didn't make the move for Odell, which then put Rashard Higgins down the ladder as far as a player. Baker couldn't play him. It's not his choice. He wasn't the coach. That 2020, there was more of a relationship with Rashard Higgins after Odell Beckham Jr. went down. Then 2021, by the time they got to it, it was just kind of too late at that point. So he's got Rashard Higgins there. I think a player like DJ Moore, and it seems weird to say this, but where Odell and Jarvis Landry were in their time in Cleveland, as opposed to a player like DJ Moore, he's not with anybody this good. He's not. DJ Moore right now at the prime of his career is better than what he played with Odell and Jarvis in his time in Cleveland. That's an asset for him. Christian McCaffrey, we all know what the deal is. Fingers crossed. Can Christian get back to the asset, the player that he was, the full health? Can the Panthers be smart enough where they say, we got to understand you cannot play every single snap and to get the best out of him? And then there's the whole weird dynamic because there is a lot of feel here that Baker Mayfield and Matt Rule, who do not have a relationship, are basically put in this position where Baker is planning his NFL future based on his time with Matt Rule, who's trying to save his own job in Carolina. And, Baker could be controlled there for 2 more years on the tag. We'll see the whole, the way it plays out. But that's the one thing that does give you some pause and hesitation because Matt Rule is coaching for his life. And he's got the young guy in Matt Corral. He's got 2 former first-round picks from the same draft class as Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. And he's got to push the right buttons because if he doesn't, and, he says, all right, well, Baker had a bad game week 1 and 2. We're going to go to Sam. If he flip-flops all the quarterbacks, that's not going to work. It's going to blow up in Matt Rule's face. But then the question is going to be, did Carolina lose enough to be drafting top 1, top 2, top 3? So whatever head coach they want to go get is good. The job is going to be appealing enough for him to come in.
Okay. One last question on Baker Mayfield for you. Had the Deshaun Watson stuff never come about and Baker Mayfield was still your quarterback, would you be confident in him going forward? Because if so, I feel like that maybe what Deshaun Watson did kind of fired Baker Mayfield. Deshaun Watson.
I had zero issues. I'll be honest. I was we will roll with Baker in 2022. I was that guy because I did want to give him basically the pass, the benefit of the doubt of being injured. I did want to get a wide receiver room where it didn't feel like there were maybe personas that were bigger than the quarterback. But looking at it, and once we knew we were going to be able to get Jadeveon Clowney back. The other signings they were able to make, keeping the running back room intact, keeping the offensive line room intact. You look at the way you build a roster, but then it comes down to this: do I think Deshaun Watson, over his time in the NFL, is a better quarterback than Baker Mayfield has been? Yes. And so for the Browns to say, look, we don't need these first-round picks for the next couple of years because I've got players everywhere. Yes, It'd be nice to have them, but if I think the significant upgrade is that big at the quarterback position, I got to take that swing. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they got themselves a quarterback that is basically comparable or, talent-wise level to a lot of the other positional rooms that they have.
Nobody disputes the idea that an apples-to-apples comparison, Deshaun Watson is better than Baker Mayfield, right? I mean, we've been having this discussion on our own podcast for 18 months now because we were in the Deshaun Watson race heavily. So Cody's a big Clemson fan. He loved Deshaun Watson so much. He follows him on Instagram, that whole thing. But my thing is
I offered to give him massages.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's all right. I'm gay for Cam. He's gay for Deshaun Watson.
You might be.
My question is,
you might be eligible for a check. Check in on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
hey,
he will. He'll message us back. He'll slide in our DMs. Mine is a follow up to Greg's a little bit. He kind of dipped his toe in the water. What I want to just ask here is, I know that people tend to compare Deshaun Watson to Baker Mayfield to whatever. You can Cody likes to say this, is that he is not the top echelon game change. You know what I'm saying? Like, those people are rare though. In my, this 10%, even in the best 1% of the NFL, these quarterbacks like a Aaron Rodgers elite where you can build around them. Tell us who you think Baker Mayfield can be. Just in general, even you can pick the damn team, and then who you think he could be with the Carolina Panthers.
I think that
in the best circumstances,
I think the question is it's going to be about the direction of this team and for Carolina. Is the goal here, going to be to compete this year? If that's the goal, and this is the way the roster management is going to be done, you're going to get the absolute best of Baker Mayfield. There is no doubt, and I know everybody loves, it's a catchphrase of, I'm reignited. Oh God, yes, of course I'm looking forward to playing the Browns week 1. Those are all the things you expect to hear. There's no question about that. But for Baker, it's a hard fall. There was not even a calendar year ago, Baker Mayfield was the absolute toast of Cleveland. And I would say at times probably higher on the pecking order than LeBron James, just due to the fact that, yes, getting to the playoffs and winning a playoff game, it doesn't mean that much. But to a city that hadn't seen the playoffs or won a playoff game in 19 years, it kind of meant everything. It did. And, he did everything the organization asked of him. He did the charity stuff. In his mind, hey, I was hurt. I went out there week in, week out and battled with everything I had. And then all of a sudden, nobody wanted me. Most of the media bailed. A lot of the fan base bailed. The organization certainly bailed. And one thing we know about Baker Mayfield, wherever he's been, whether it was Oklahoma, whether it was Cleveland, is when he feels like he's being doubted is kind of when he get the best of him. Also, when maybe he's the biggest personality in the room, you kind of get the best of him. And I think he's going to give a solid effort. I think he's going to give a solid year in Carolina. The question is there enough there around him to make a difference, to make some noise, essentially?
So listen, Cody here, you've probably heard a lot tonight about what I believe and what I think. So what I'm going to do is just tell you what I believe about Baker Mayfield, and you just tell me how far I am from being correct or not. I think that he's a mid-tier quarterback. I think that he's the type of person that when you put a good football team around him, he can do just enough. But when the game breaks down, Baker Mayfield crumbles under pressure and has a real problem with throwing interceptions. And he has a very clear case. Whatever you say about Odell Beckham Jr., you can love him or hate him. I understand he's polarizing, but he was at one point in time considered one of the very best receivers in the NFL. And he had to have his father make a highlight tape of Baker missing him just to get his son out of Cleveland. To me, that is in no way indicative of a franchise quarterback. I think that the Panthers might be a better team the next few years, but ultimately it doesn't represent a big upgrade to me. And the Panthers are once again trading for a mediocre quarterback that is at best maybe hoping to be a Jimmy Garoppolo type of prospect. Am I wildly incorrect for having that assessment of Baker Mayfield? Now I want to hear from the Browns fan. Jeff, how correct, how right, how wrong am I about that assessment?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say to you is, did you think you're going to get Tom Brady with a 5th-round pick? You guys gave up a 5th-round pick to get Baker Mayfield. So if your expectations are that he's going to – yes, but I understand. But do you think he's going to come into Carolina and all of a sudden you're going to start building statues? He's going to start winning Super Bowls? You gave up a 5th-round pick for him. But I will say this. He, in 2018, on a team coached by Hugh Jackson, at the time, Baker Mayfield threw for more touchdowns than any rookie in the history of the NFL did. Only started 14 games, by the way. He played in the Browns' 3rd game, didn't throw a touchdown pass. So that means he broke that record in 13 games. In 2020, over the last half of the season, he was PFF's quarterback number 7. Number 7. So the mistakes went away. And keep in mind, in 2020, Odell Beckham Jr. was home nursing an ACL injury. So
he's a bitch, man.
Well, that's another story for another day.
He is a whiny ass crybaby, but okay. But nah, they act like he's the best thing ever.
There is nobody that loves the player Odell Beckham Jr. more than me. But there is also me who would never let him in my locker room because, there's players where everything's got to be about themselves. And if we really want to go that route, that was probably one of the most difficult things between Baker Mayfield and Odell Beckham Jr. is Baker Mayfield carries himself, right or wrong, to the I'm the quarterback. Everything is about me. If it's good and the team won, I'll take the accolades and I'll say the line did great, the running game did great, da-da-da-da. If we lost, I got to get better here. I got to get better here. I got to get better here. But you brought in, yes, but good and bad because he will take the negative. But the problem is you had a wide receiver who wanted all the accolades for things went well, but every time things went wrong, and to your point, what NFL player in the world would have his father point at
I know, like a baby girl, like a baby was a girl.
That is not an indictment on Baker Mayfield. That is an indictment on Odell Beckham Jr.
Right. Mm-hmm. And this is what I want to go back to with the roster. I know you guys say the roster is fantastic, but sometimes is it just a little bit of names? You know what I'm saying? Like Jarvis Landry was not, man, he is in the league for 12 years. I'm not trying to disrespect him as a player, but let's not act like he was the dude from Miami. I think Odell was fantastic, but let's not act like he was the same dude he was originally from New York. So that's where I just feel like a little bit, especially I think people who are draft heads, draft nerds, get so fixated on the Browns roster as being the dopest joint ever. They'll be like, Njoku, he's the best. Like, come on, man. I mean, like, really, I'm not trying to shit on him as a player.
Get the most out
no,
of
look, Cody, to prove what Tony's saying right there, they had this fantastic roster when they got Baker. They were 0-16 the year before. So, I mean, it's not like they got all the pieces after they got Baker. But is it
also not, okay, Baker had that 111 win season, but then the other 3 seasons, it went 6 wins.
No,
but hold on. Also, three out of those 4 seasons, he had a top 10 offensive line in the NFL. And yet, I mean, and Jeff, you correct me if I'm wrong here. A lot of Browns fans say a Baker Mayfield special is 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, around 200 yards and some change. Would you agree with that statement?
Nope.
Yes, finally.
There we go.
In 13 games in his rookie year, he threw 27 touchdowns and 13 interceptions.
Thank you.
That's just
thank you.
It's infactual information. His rookie year, his offensive line was terrible. He did not have Jack Conklin. He did not have Wyatt Teller. He did not have Jedrick Wills. I mean, look, this is the problem when you get a lightning rod player like Baker Mayfield. The problem is when you get a lightning rod player is so much stuff gets amped up in a defense one way or the other. But to say the Browns had a great offensive line when Baker took a team from 0-16 to 7-8-1 is absolute. It's baloney. It's
Thank
garbage.
Jesus.
It's
finally,
garbage.
I have been saying
he had Rashard Perriman in 2018.
So what
happened
in 2019? So
Baker Mayfield, baby.
Freddie Kitchens happened in 2019. That's what happened.
All right, here. All right, so no.
And again, in 2019, keep in mind, in 2019, their left tackle was Greg Robinson. What's Greg Robinson's legacy right now as far as football is concerned? Getting arrested twice for over 200 pounds of marijuana. That is Greg Robinson's legacy to this point. That was his left tackle. 2019, Wyatt Teller didn't start till week 9. 2019, again, Jack Conklin was not their right tackle. They did not have an elite offensive line in 2019 either. They did not have an defense in 2019. They had Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, and 12 other dudes.
I've been trying to tell
look at it. You got to look the
names. Even the best names were late to the party. I want to ask you
in 2020. But one last thing, even in 2020, they had no defense in 2020. Andrew Sendejo was one of their leading tacklers. Andrew Sendejo was not a good football player. It's very, very misconstrued. Whatever you want to say about 2019 and 2020 as far as Baker's play. But trying to say that Baker Mayfield was not influential or paramount 2018 and 2020 success, it's foolish. It's not even close to being true.
Amen. I'd be remiss if we would be remiss if we did not ask about Deshaun Watson.
In a Baker jersey, baby.
I know. We'd be remiss if we did not ask about Deshaun Watson. As we get into this vitriolic argument of Panther fans about the meaning of Baker Mayfield, we have to talk about the meaning of Deshaun Watson to the Browns. And while you may have sold your soul, right? You may have made them more, whatever. You say this and that. What is the expectation for Deshaun Watson? And what I mean that is, like, number one, I asked that to Cody, who is he is a Clemson fan. He loves Deshaun. He's been a Deshaun Watson fan the whole time. Fine. My point is that he'll come back and go, well, he's going to be suspended for 6 games, 8 games, right? So that's the first caveat. What I want to know is what does Deshaun Watson need to do for the Cleveland Browns? Not just year one, but just overall. You gave him a raise. I am one of those people who will overlook someone's personal transgressions for wins. I understand that. I understand the business, all of that. We were willing to bring him to Carolina. What irked me about the Deshaun Watson joint is that he got a raise. Not only did he throw the temper tantrum to force a trade, which is fine. I'm on the player sides generally with that. Next, all of the 24, 27, whatever the number of allegations were that came out. And then my man gets traded for all of these picks, all of this, and then he gets a gigantic raise. What is the expectation for Deshaun Watson this year and going forward?
There's no other question. It is to bring a Lombardi Trophy to Cleveland. That is the expectations that are put on to Deshaun Watson with the level of this move. And for Deshaun Watson, you certainly have to understand for him, where is his head at? Because going through all of this, can you just shake it off and go out there and play ball week in, week out? And if he can't, it's going to be an absolute colossal failure for this franchise. But the expectation for him is zero question. It is to bring a Lombardi to Cleveland.
Perfect answer. Can't get better than that.
Boys, with that, I do got to bounce. I had an absolute blast with you guys. Out of here. But everybody, thanks for having me on. Everybody have a great night.
Appreciate you, Jeff. Man. Thanks, man. So, it's actually
he
funny
wore him out. My man got worn out.
It's funny that you dipped out right here because what you said.
Oh, when you were about to tell him he was wrong.
In 2000, yeah, 100%. In 2018, the Browns had the second-ranked offensive line in the NFL. So once again, I continue to hear people making excuses.
That says, all right, now we got to look that up. We got to look up more. You got to go a little bit farther.
I'm on it.
Shout out to PNP. I saw this on PNP the other day, too. It's Pro Football Focus numbers. Love them or hate them. They had them ranked at the number 2 offensive line. And by the way, that's been the general consensus, is that when Baker has a good offensive line, that's when Baker Mayfield plays his best football.
Isn't that kind of like tell us that we did not do for Cam Newton? What we all said, like we never built an offensive like line. Not having a good offensive line is asshole Baker didn't do it with a shitty offensive line. How about this? Did he have Nick Chubb in 2018? Did he have that too? No, everybody likes to cherry pick one stat. All we're saying is that your claim that the fucking Cleveland Browns roster is the biggest fucking. Now, he did give some credence to it. He said we got some elite players, but you know what? He just told me fucking names. He just told me names, dude. He didn't tell me any real. And I'm not talking about him. Like, I'm not trying to talk junk about him because no, but it's like, oh, we got these 5 cornerbacks. Give me what I'm saying is this. Denzel Ward didn't get hurt like first of his first season. You know, like the first half of his first season. Like, we have a lot of high profile names. You tell me not him. He actually, I'm a very well informed guest. Not trying to dump on him. Sorry, you guys will drop Jarvis Landry, drop Odell. It's just like name dropping. And it don't mean shit, really. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just kind of like an over star power. I heard Jadeveon Clowney 4 times. And I promise you, Jadeveon Clowney, great player, good overall player. But you trying to tell me that this mug is not changing the dynamic of the game? It's a high-profile name that brings our attention. I don't think the Browns show me, prove it to me. And I can't wait to see Deshaun Watson. How about that? What are the answers going to be? What is the discussion going to be when the Cleveland Browns are 10-7 with Deshaun Watson? You'll be like, oh, Deshaun Watson carried them despite a bunch of fucking no-name wide receivers and a bunch of no-name.
You continue to poo-poo on the Browns for no reason other than that they're the Browns.
One playoff win in fucking 19 years,
The fact of the matter is Baker Mayfield, in 3 of the 4 years that he was a Cleveland Brown, he had a top 10 offensive line and was never one of the best passers.
They were
never been a guy that
Can I make a point to that?
Interceptions. Yes, and then
Cody,
we have some business to do after Greg goes.
So angry.
Cody, what you're getting hung up on is like Jeff was saying, you're hung up on you want a top tier 1% or elite quarterback, and you don't need that to win, to be a successful team. I'm telling you, look, you're talking about how he had a top 8 offensive line. I'm looking at the offensive lines from last year, and you tell me how successful these teams were that were in the top 10. Dallas Cowboys, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, Washington football team, the Rams, the Browns, the Patriots, and the Chargers. Like half of those teams were not insanely successful teams, and they had a top 10 offensive line. It's not all about having an elite offensive line, is all I'm saying. I think you're putting too much focus on that. I mean,
I don't know, man.
How about this? When was the only time Cam Newton was an elite player? Not the only time. He's always elite player, excuse me. But like, what was the year that he had his great season? He had a line that was formidable. That was formidable. So, like, I just don't like the idea of holding it against him. No, holding a good offensive line against him is just a cheeky ass move.
No, because Tony, I can prove it the other way around.
You don't give all of Tom Brady's success to him for his offensive line.
Cam Newton with terrible offensive lines went 7-9-1.
Right, but listen, Cam Newton's legacy is made better by the fact that he did have shit offensive line, and Greg Olsen was his best receiver for most of his career here.
But the Panthers' success was not better.
The Browns had all of these different offensive linemen, all of these different weapons, and he was not able to perform up to that level. That's an indictment on Baker Mayfield.
How spoiled you are, youngin'. How spoiled you are, young man. To say this.
Y'all can call me a hater all you want.
I'm going to tell you this. You are spoiled. You are spoiled to act like you are jealous of the Browns' girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, like we go to the bar. Like here, we have been with the Panthers for our whole life. No, we go to the bar together, and you're looking at the Browns' girlfriend like, like they gotta go. Fuck that, man. The Browns, these poor bastards, have sucked forever, and they still suck. They haven't even made it.
Look, let's continue this conversation. But before we do, listen, there's a lot of people that are watching this show for the first time tonight. And if you don't know, we have a tradition over here because we have this man who has a voice, which is known to make people moist. Talk to him, Big Papa.
Good evening. First, I'd like to take a moment to talk to you Browns fans that have been maybe in a bit of a moral quandary, if you will. You've said, we have Deshaun Watson, but he also likes to get touched by massage therapists. We have Baker Mayfield, the only quarterback to win us a Super Bowl. That'd be fantastic. A playoff game in 20 years. Now, I need to find a team that's going to match the morals that I have and also follow a guy who has led our team to more success than we've seen in decades. I'd like to welcome you to the one and only Carolina Panthers podcast that you need to focus on, the C3 Panthers podcast. But I have one thing to say to you. You've been here watching for hours. We've been live now for over an hour, and you haven't hit that like button. I have one thing to say to all you absolute freaks. Subscriber shame.
Subscriber shame. 260 people watching. 99 thumbs up. You would help this show tremendously if you would just hit that thumbs up button. Listen, man, we're going to be doing this every Tuesday, every Friday, and every Sunday, giving you the best Panthers content that you could ever hope for. We're trying to get to 4,000 subscribers by the start of the NFL season. You can help us do that. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell for every single time the C3 Panthers podcast goes live. This is the podcast for fans, by fans. Happy that all 263 of you could be joining us tonight. Tony Dunn, what do we got up next, man?
We haven't missed a week in 10 years, dude. Well, this is our 10th. We're actually 9 years. We're in our 10th season. If we get through this year, 10 years, longest running Panthers podcast. The number is 252-228-5098. You can leave a message on the podcast. We'll play it shortly. Let's go ahead and talk about this. I mean, it's Baker Mayfield. And you might not love him, but I tell you this, Cody, we put on YouTube, we put 3 weeks ago before the Baker Mayfield trade, our show title was "You Feel Me?" We should have put Robbie Anderson in the show title. The numbers on that show, like this, they're like minuscule. You put Baker Mayfield in the title, all of a sudden, triple. I mean, we probably should. It was probably a poor title on our end because we didn't put Robbie Anderson. It just was "You Feel Me?" But we got to meet Baker Mayfield today a little bit. Finally, there's been a silence in some ways. Maybe I won't say a silence. Poor guy. He gets called up. He says we're traded. He was on his his anniversary vacation. Has to fly to Carolina, do his physical, take care of the contractual details. He outlined some of it on. You can go see the interview with him and Christina Balboni. She works for the Carolina Panthers. They did that. But today he met with the media, and we got to finally hear some of the words, we got to finally get our first primary evidence about Baker Mayfield. Why don't we talk a little bit about that? You had some things that you thought that were important to discuss or stood out to you. Let's hear them.
Yeah, so I saved 9 clips from Baker Mayfield's press conference. And we're going to go through them, man. We're going to listen to Baker and kind of parse through some of the things that he's saying, what we agree with, what we disagree with, and just our overall thoughts about him, man. So this first clip is Baker responding to whether or not he gets enough credit for the playoff run that the Browns experienced.
For what you did with Cleveland in that playoff run a couple years back?
You know what? Cleveland's a special place, and there's teammates and friendships and bonds that we all contributed to that special run and to help turn that around. There's guys that lifelong friendships that I'll have that are very special to me, near and dear to Emily and I, that we'll never forget about. But I'm never a me guy. I'm a team first win guy, and we had a good time there. And I'm looking forward to being able to contribute with Carolina now.
Out.
So, it talks a little about, he's made lifelong friendships. He says it's
what a dick.
Town.
What a dick.
I mean, you said it, right?
I mean, no, like everybody just tells me this guy is hard to get along with.
Oh, but are you really going to form your
dick.
opinions on Baker Mayfield on one press conference?
I'm
badly want to love Baker Mayfield. And I understand everybody does, man. Everybody.
Do you know how hard it is to be interviewed like that? No, think about this. Is like we love to shit on people all the time for their miscues. But if we were going to go give a speech, if we were going to go put on or whatever, you know what I'm saying, field these questions, how would you as a person ultimately do? My man is 27 years old. He's 13 years younger than me. Is he and on? Is he, you know what I'm saying? Like what I think about this, and I used to always kind of defend Cam on this stuff, is like, if I could be that good in front of that many cameras and that many questions and make as few mistakes as they did, I would be happy with myself. And I would say this is right away. I mean, like, look, is there anything at this point? What's the negative? It's not negative. There's no controversy.
No, I mean, listen, he's better in front of a microphone than he is under center. So it's not surprising to me, man.
Oh my God.
I like his press conference. I thought it was good. I don't know what you want from me, Tony. I'm keeping it real with you, man. I think he had a good press conference. I think that you're loving it.
Sense the sarcasm.
Too much, but, so listen, this is another really interesting one right here. This is Baker Mayfield behind his decision to basically take a $3 million pay cut.
Process. I don't think there's any manual for it. You've seen guys give up in part ways, but it's not very often that it's a guaranteed contract that it happens with. And for me, it was about the next step forward, and finding a new place, somewhere that wanted me, somewhere that that I would be able to go in and compete and have a fresh start somewhere. So that's where that all came from. Not a very easy past couple of months in terms of negotiating and trying to come down to that number. It wasn't the original number, but I let the people that handle that stuff for a living take care of that. And I was just working on, becoming more healthy, just working out and grinding and doing all those things that I can control, and letting the people that that's their forte to do so with that.
So yeah, that was
Oh, what? Another terrible fucking answer.
I never said his answers were terrible. I said he's really good on the microphone. I have no problems with anything that he's saying. I even like the fact. And by the way, how about this? No, out of all of his answers, this is the one that I love the most, because
it was honest.
Not only was it honest, but from a fan perspective, we're only giving up a 5th round pick, and the fact that he took a pay cut to come here, and the Panthers are not having to pay him as much. Yeah, I mean that's what made Jeff's answer correct, and that if we didn't pay a lot for him, we're not going to be paying a lot for him. So, it's not like we're losing a whole bunch in the process. I do appreciate that you took a pay cut to go to a place that's willing to invest in him to win this year.
What I want to ask him, the follow-up question I would ask Baker Mayfield right now, is that you took a $3 million pay cut. Why don't you just make the Browns release you and you sign a deal as a free agent? And what I mean by that, and what I want to go on to that is I think he was so honest here, and not so honest like, oh, no player's ever been honest before. But I thought he was just very candid, completely through. No fluff, no negative along the way. Is that it is unprecedented to drop $3 million. Think about what you as a person, Baker Mayfield you might feel like your feelings are hurt. Deshaun Watson, you getting screwed. Browns don't care about you. Stefanski wins. I don't give a shit. You could have had $3 million more. $3 million. You could have had you wouldn't have to play a fucking snap. Think about this. You could walk off into the sunset with $18 million and you could be nobody. You might not ever be a football player again. You know what I'm saying? But I think that is telling. My man said this, $3 million. I'll bet against that. He took a $3 million bet.
Yeah, he's betting on himself, really. And I mean, realistically, like you said, he could have just left and hoped a team signed him, but he's still making $15 million.
But if he would have left, he would have made the $18 million. No, because that was guaranteed. The $18 million was straight guaranteed for his contract. He could walk away, and then they would release him. He would get that whole paycheck, and then the Panthers could have paid him $10 million then. He could have signed Cam Newton fucking signed a $10 million contract ultimately for 2 games. You know what I'm saying? Like Baker Mayfield but he would have, if he would have done that, he would have been a backup quarterback in his mind. That's what he is saying. Like, as he said, I would rather take the pay cut and be the big dick than to be the small one.
But Josh makes a great point here too. It's basically incentive laden. Like that $3 million is going to turn into legit prove-it money.
Bet on himself.
That's why I have no problem with it, man. He did a good thing. The Panthers front office did a good thing. I mean, overall, it works out best for all parties involved. So that I'm certainly not mad at. This is the one that, again, I like his answer. But I hate how everyone is just jerking off over this.
My God.
We'll get into it.
Sure, and I'm sure you didn't come.
So set up. This is him talking about the competition between him and Sam Darnold.
The idea of being a backup quarterback. So do you anticipate being the starting quarterback here?
Well, I think when you're at any level as high as this in the NFL, nobody has the mentality of being a backup. We're at this level because we compete to be the very best, and That's why Sam's here as well, and that's why Matt Corral just got drafted, and PJ Walker's competed and fought through a lot of adversity as well. And so, my intention is to become the best quarterback I can be, help this team win, and that's why I'm happy to be in Carolina. Is this, I feel like the team's very close to being really, really good. We just have to put the pieces together and come together as a team. And however that happens, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to, fill whatever role is to be expected of me and be a great leader and a great teammate.
Oh my God. My man gave the exact answer that you want him to give. The right answer. How about this? Not the one you want him to give, the right answer. He gave the exact right answer. He said, I think I belong. No, you can't hate on people. It's like ridiculous. It's like hating on them because they did what they're supposed to. You'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe they lost 15 pounds this year.
No, I'm not hating on him for it. I'm saying, why are we gonna give him credit for him giving the literal?
Because he could give a worse answer. You have to give.
You were making him out to be a dick beforehand. That's why. He would be like, yeah, I'm coming here. I'm starting.
I want him to be a dick. Like, I want him to be like, yeah, I'm coming here to be the starter.
But think about that. But that would also, then you would be up here going this. You'd be like, oh, you motherfucker, you can't even get more than a 5th round pick. Like, you know what? He has confidence on himself, and he didn't have to shit on the people who was coming into the room to tell you that. I'm telling you, I think this dude.
I think he's Matt Rule.
He's a real dude.
Son.
I think he's cooler. Fuck that. He's cooler than Matt Rule.
I think Baker Mayfield could easily be Matt Rule's son.
Nah, he didn't come here to be a backup. Didn't he walk on to 2 college teams?
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, this guy doesn't go somewhere to be a backup quarterback.
I cannot get past this because the internet is so like this is Cody. You may as well be an internet bot right now. You are a Twitter bot. I think you are. I think you're a living embodiment of a Twitter bot because it's like, oh, you said the right thing. I don't want you to say the right thing. Oh, you said the wrong thing. I don't want you to say the wrong thing. Like, I mean, literally, it was not scripted. It was not. There was not cue cards. There was nothing, man. This mug was asked a series of questions. And if any one of us would have given that interview today, I would have walked out there and being like, who is my biatch? All y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's hard to do
he
that.
Gave a it's not that fucking hard.
Yes, it is.
He gave a by the book answer.
Dude, we can't even get 5,000 subscribers.
Listen, it was a good answer. It was a good answer. I think that, he's trying to show some humility. And again, if you're Baker Mayfield and you're trying to get rid of what you feel like are these unfair notions that you're a bad teammate, that you're a selfish kind of person, but then, that's the type of answer that you want to give. But he did what he should have done. He did what he should have done. That's what I'm saying.
So don't clap about what you should have done. What's the next of the... Oh, look at this. Let's get 9 clips of what you should have done. Next.
So
clip.
This
and
is
we're going to get to the
Baker
calls in
Mayfield.
just a second.
This is Baker Mayfield talking about getting acclimated to the new playbook.
Process change when it's sort of, kind of put quickly now with 2 weeks until reporting day for training camp in Spartanburg?
There's a lot of cramming. The past week or so, few days, ever since becoming a Carolina Panther. It's been a lot of just getting to know everybody, talking over the phone, finally officially get the playbook today. And so there'll be a lot of studying, a lot of cramming, and we'll also, still working out and doing all that. So it's a pretty hectic couple of weeks right here before training camp, but it's so exciting. It's, the start of this new chapter and, trying to balance out how much to, reach out to guys, get to know them as teammates, while also realizing that I have to know my job in and out better than most. So there's a lot of balance and priorities to be had.
Oh, that's the best answer I've ever heard, dude. Oh my God. Press conference mastery right there, dude. Oh my God. Tony, tell me about it. Break that down. That was just, that was drugs.
I don't like any of y'all anymore.
The Baker booty shaker.
My bastard son, White Chocolate Express. Son, I will never acknowledge you. Ever. That's
a
my
Baker.
legitimate
Hey, you're a
child.
Baker Bottom.
So
Hey, how many Baker Bottoms do we have in the
What?
chat? Hit the
Baker
one
Bottoms.
in the chat room if you consider yourself to be a Baker Bottom.
Oh
I
my
know Tony does.
gosh.
Go ahead,
Dude.
Greg. You had a question about this one.
I do. I know that last week we were talking about how difficult it's going to be for him to come in and learn this new system because it's a new offensive coordinator. But hasn't Baker Mayfield had a new offensive coordinator every year he's been in the NFL? And two, we said Sam Darnold had the advantage because of that. But isn't Ben McAdoo our new offensive coordinator? Doesn't he have a new offensive coordinator this year too? So it's not really an advantage. So I feel like Baker Mayfield has shown better going from offensive coordinator to offensive coordinator to offensive coordinator than Sam Darnold has.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold had the playbook. You know, they can only give him the playbook and then meet with him a few times. So Sam Darnold is so more familiar with the verbiage. I'm so sick of hearing this shit. Baker Mayfield had 4 different. It was Hugh Jackson, and then the guy that was a interim coach, and then. God, what was his name?
Stefanski or whatever.
No, Stefanski is the most recent one. I don't know. I mean, and can we make an appeal to the NFL offensive coordinators to simplify the verbiage? I mean, I know we don't need to dumb it down to the point where we got to hold pictures up of whatever Hillary Clinton on the sideline or some shit like that. But can we not make it so it's like 78 words? I mean, it's a little ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's go. You got some more clips because I want to get into the cat calls.
So only 3 more clips, and then we'll be ready to power through these calls. This is kind of a follow up to that on not being behind the curve while coming into training camp. And Greg, I bring this up because it kind of mentions what you alluded to just now.
That far behind where Sam is from an attitude standpoint going into Spartanburg.
You know what? Fortunately, it comes from an unfortunate circumstance where I've learned 4 different playbooks in 4 years. So it's not like this is my first time around having to learn something new. Obviously, the time crunch is the difference, but it's mostly about terminology. You know, just getting the new formations, the names of that down, the different names for the concepts, and just, you know, comparing that and, you know, making it all similar for me and really just making those comparisons and continuing to grow in that. Luckily, I have a history with James Campen, the O-line coach, so I know his terminology. And so that's probably, I'm very thankful for that. That would be the hardest one, is if it was a complete new offensive line system, protection schemes and all that. That would be very difficult. So I'm looking forward to being able to continue that with Coach Campen and spreading my knowledge with that.
So, Greg, to kind of further your point, since he does have a prior history with James Campen, it's even safe to say that he's probably maybe even a little more ahead of the curve than Sam Darnold in some respects, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe not all of them. Obviously, the exact specific verbiage of our playbook, he isn't up to date on yet, but he'll have time to do that. I mean, it's not a whole lot more time or less time than what Sam had or what Matt Corral had. So, to be honest, I mean, with everybody listening and everybody in the chat room, I think this is going to be a very interesting training camp for the Carolina Panthers. And I'm interested to see what kind of competition it is, right? Like, in my mind, and I feel like in most of our mind, there is no competition. You're not going to trade for Baker Mayfield and then sit him week 1 for Sam Darnold. Like, I don't see that happening. But just based on hearing, you know, eventually we're going to hear who's looking better with the ones, who's, you know, taking care of the football. It's going to be interesting to see how far away Matt Corral is from Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. So, but you did mention that point, though. He has had a different playbook just about every year that he's been in the NFL. So having to do this right now, it's not something that's new to him.
And like, I think I had a point. My daughter just interrupted me. I lost my train of thought. Give me 1 second. I'll get it back. Sorry.
I'll come back to you. CK, what do you think so far about?
Man, listen, I mean, obviously even yesterday, or, you know, earlier last week or later last week rather, my mindset about Baker was still somewhat in the middle, right? I was not as upset as I thought I would be if we traded for him, mainly because of the compensation. After watching these pressers and learning a little bit about how he speaks, a large part of being a quarterback is being able to communicate to your teammates what you're doing, right? And Baker Mayfield, love him or hate him, he is an excellent communicator. And I think that is something that is invaluable in a quarterback position. That's not only a trait that real leaders have, it's a trait that's going to allow his teammates to understand and be more successful because they're able to comprehend what he's saying, right? And he's able to do it in a way that's very clear and concise. Now, that's not a knock on anybody else that's not been able to do that, or maybe some people might question whether they've been able to do that. But in that position, Baker Mayfield, that's an asset, right? And so hearing the way he's talking about, just straight up saying, and not even talking about how it was a negative that he had to learn 4 different playbooks, but rather that's an asset to him that he has had to learn 4 different playbooks. Now he's coming in here. It gives him a leg up to where he's able to come in here and do something that he's done, that he's done so many times already. It's, whereas we might call it a liability, he's using it here in this context as that's why it is a positive for me. Right. Yeah. I think that Baker Mayfield is doing everything right so far with what we're hearing, the way he's speaking, and even his interactions about how he's going to be handling the relationship with Sam.
Yeah.
Look,
so go ahead, Greg.
I was just say, I remember what I was going to say is he's learning the new playbook as he's coming in. But I mean, the bottom line is football is football. And I'm not saying all playbooks are exactly the same, but they probably all have a lot of similarities just based on what type of offense you run. And Cody, this alludes a little to what Tony was saying. I'm not positive, but I think that most of the time when they have those really long plays, sometimes a lot of what they're saying is just camouflage, and there's only 1 or 2 key things in everything they're saying that the players need to pick up on, and they just say a lot of different numbers and words just to throw people off. Is why
I hope
not.
not.
I believe.
I'm not positive. That's not the way it is.
Like when they say like 6 numbers, like really only 2 of the numbers mean anything, and the team knows that these 2 numbers mean something when they hear these. The
NFL has to figure out how to make things more streamlined in their communication in the huddle.
Just put a mic in everybody's helmet
without dumbing down the content of the message. I'm sorry. Like, I will make for the rest of my life, I will make a case about this. Now, they will probably say something like we use visual keys. That's like Corvette. Like when we say Corvette, then it's like red Corvette, blue Corvette, and they're like making all these memory tools. I don't know. I just think it's like, come on, man. It's like a little ridiculous.
So we've got 2 more clips here. This is Baker Mayfield talking about the weapons around him in this new Panthers offense.
The offensive side of the ball. Obviously, defense has played great.
All right, let me start it over.
I think the team has a ton of great weapons on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, defense has played great. But for me, I've talked to most of the guys in the offense, almost all of them, and it's a lot of talent. There's a lot of mouths and hands to be fed, which is exciting. And obviously, improvements on the O-line, bringing guys in, it's going to be competitive. I just think it's all headed in the right direction to have a very competitive offensive team, and that's great. Anytime you have competition inside the building, it makes everybody better. And when it comes to Christian, he's a more on the quiet side, soft-spoken guy, but works his tail off, and had a relationship with him since 2015, going back to the ESPN College Awards show, and had lunch with him, just randomly, and connected and had a friendship ever since. Just a special guy, cares about his teammates, cares about winning a ton, and that's something that we definitely clicked on, and I'm very thankful to be able to have that relationship continue.
Oh my God, another terrible answer from a terrible.
He talks a little bit
what?
About...
Maybe just give a mid answer for a mid quarterback. I'm so sick of this. Is like, look, nobody can be happy. Nobody can be happy, and what I mean by that is that you got some people that are like, oh, Teddy Bridgewater is the next coming. No, he's not. He was just a non-turnover machine, a check down machine. But like, we don't have to overhate. Here's what I'm saying here is that just because he's not the top 5%, imagine this. What do you think you are in the percentage of wealth in America? Right? Is like, are you in the middle class? You in the upper middle class? You in the lower middle class? You in the low class? You know what I'm saying? The lowest class. Are you going to be mad if you were in the middle class and I said we could give you an upper middle class job? Oh, no, you'd be like, no, it's not Jeff Bezos' job. It's not the 1% job. Would you like to be not a Supreme Court justice, probably not a good look right now, but would you like to be someone who makes $500,000 a year, or would you turn down that job because you'd be like, oh, no, I don't make $8 million a year. I'm not Patrick Mahomes. Like, you only compare him to the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. We can't have a top 5 quarterback. It's just not realistic. And who you think is going to be the next top 5 quarterback, 9 out of 10 of them won't. Look, Cody, he's talking into.
Hey, man, I'm producing. I can only do 50 different things at once.
I was trying to take advantage.
And by the way, you already know my answer. Listen, how about this? Let me just say this real quick, and then I'm going to finish putting up this poll, and then we're going to play this last question.
No
you would think that out of what the Panther fans have been through, rather, the last 2 years, that y'all would have a little more empathy for how your boy is choosing to come at this. Like, why am I going to believe in all the roses, all the flowers?
It's not Kyle
Baker Mayfield.
I can tell you why.
It's not Sam Darnold. He's the best of those names.
Exactly.
Why would I get my hopes up for nothing?
Exactly.
Until something is proven. This is the same kind of move the Panthers have always made. So I don't know why everyone's saying I'm such a villain for wanting to be hesitant for heaping praise on this dude who hasn't done anything for us yet.
It's not that, Cody. It's exactly what Tony said. Of everybody we've had, he's clearly the best. Yeah, he hasn't proven anything for us yet because he hasn't played for us yet, but he has proven it on NFL level. We know he's better than Sam Darnold. We know he's better than PJ Walker. We don't know about Matt Corral, but I can tell you this. He was a better college player than Matt Corral was. And I can base it off that.
Yes, because he had a Heisman.
Baker Mayfield played a tougher division in college, and Baker Mayfield was a better college player than Matt Corral.
I think he was SEC, Matt Corral. Not 100% sure about that.
Yeah.
But still, it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's what I've been trying. He's more competent. Like, he is better than anything we've had.
Exactly.
Since Cam Newton. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He might not be the best thing in the history of football, but he has been better. I'm telling you this, as I'm going to soak in the excitement at least until week 6. You know, I mean, I'm ready to. I'm Team Baker until I am not.
There better be something to be. There better be something to see. I'm the opposite. I'm on.
Yeah, we know you're not Team Baker. We understand that.
So, since there's a new quarterback, do we need to redo the list of predictions of wins? Because I have our win predictions right here.
Well, hold on. So we have one more video to play, and this has been one of the biggest questions surrounding Baker Mayfield, and we finally got our definitive answer.
I guess it's time to break the news. I made a deal, did my own negotiating with Johnny. Obviously, when it comes to a 4-time All-Pro, had to ask permission. Was willing to make those sacrifices, and he's a guy that he's got a chip on his shoulder as well. Undrafted free agent, spent his whole career with the Rams, and now he's got a chip on his shoulder. And I've had fun getting to know him over the phone. He seems like a great guy and a great leader. 6 is special to me, not because it was ever my favorite number. It was the number I was given as a walk-on at Texas Tech. And when I transferred, the people at Oklahoma thought it was my favorite number, so they just gave it to me again. And so it's just stuck with me. To me, it kind of symbolizes my story, my history with that. And I truly enjoy being able to represent that. And it's something special to me now. But at first it was not. So I'm thankful for Johnny being reasonable and giving up his number for something else.
So Johnny Hecker gave up his number, which, some might say that Johnny Hecker had just as much, if not more, of a right to have that number. But, he acquiesced, gave up the number. And Tony, you and I had an interaction on Twitter, and I was like, I don't like, if he just doesn't care about his number, then I don't like that. I don't like that he doesn't care about his number, because I think that you should. If your number is going to be associated with you, it's a big deal. It's going to be how fans know you when they see that number on the back of your jersey. So I actually like this. And you're muted, by the way. I don't even know if you know. But I like the fact that he
thank
did
you
this.
for telling me that. You made me our interaction. It did. I was more angry. I'm starting to add Cody to the list of the people that can make me the angriest. Is my wife, my mother, and now it's Cody. And you said is that
am I number one? How long until I'm number one?
No, there's no way. You're not related to me. I'm sorry.
Time.
The people that are related to you, and it's a special place. You hate on.
But by the way, dude, Johnny Hecker tweeted this out.
I know,
and I fucking love it, man.
Did he pay for that number? By the way, somebody I think I saw he bought the number from another player.
Hecker did,
and then he upsold it.
So the Johnny Hecker bought the number from PJ Walker. And then,
Baker. How about this? PJ made more money selling numbers and jersey numbers than he did playing for the Panthers, probably. Poor guy.
But
not really.
But
I would sell that shit like a motherfucker.
But listen, if you would let me give some credit to the guy, I like that. I like that he cared enough about his number to say, hey, you know what? I'm willing to. Not only did he take a pay cut, but he was willing to cough up the extra scratch to go and get the number that you wanted.
But you were before. Hold on. Before you try to make yourself out like a good guy here, when we were arguing on Twitter, that had not come through yet, and you were being critical about him not caring about his number enough, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would it be like someone who is a podcast host of the C3 Panthers podcast who tells you that when we wear black on black uniforms, we stink? And then their co-host tells you, oh, it's superstition. Oh, you're worried about that. It's numerology. Oh, so you're like over here telling me that you think about Baker Mayfield and his number. Oh, but I'm like here.
Dude.
Oh, black on black. I'm like, oh shit. We don't have good luck in black and be like, oh, you're like you.
No, it's not for superstition purposes. No, if anything, for superstition purposes, maybe he should have done a number other than 6. Maybe he should have done another number other than 6.
He should be 2020 then.
He was a basic bitch wearing number 6.
Or 28.
In the NFL, at least, if we're being honest. However, I do like the fact that he got the number because it's not about, superstition. It's about him caring enough to get the number that he feels represent him. For example, imagine if Cam Newton went to another team and wasn't wearing number 1. No, it's like, of course, Cam Newton is going to have number 1. It's the same thing. I like the fact that he cared enough about
Superman, number 1 pick. There's a lot different. Like Baker Mayfield was a number 1 pick. He was a literal walk-on. Like somebody just handed him the jersey and it became his number. There was no numerology to it. If you're a Boondock Saints fan, where he goes, because you're an expert in nameology. No, I mean, like, so here, you, Mr. Look, you can always massage the facts, massage the narrative.
You're the biggest facts massager that there is.
Oh, no. You are the fan. Dude. You are the massager.
You have the massager. Every excuse for Baker Mayfield in the world, man. But hey, everyone does right now. Everyone wants to feel hopeful about the 2022 Carolina Panthers. I understand why you would like to be excited. I'm just saying I'm wise enough to know better.
I mean, we could be talking about like how excited we are about Sam Darnold, or how excited we are about maybe Matt Rule and Sam Darnold really finding out what an offensive line can do for him. Or maybe we could talk about like Taylor Heineke or Tyler, whatever. What was the other guy's name? Something Allen. Not Tyler Allen. I think I went to high school. I went to high school.
Dude, how could you forget Killer Kyle? Come on.
All right. Let's get into the cat calls.
Let me ask one question to Cody real quick. With that being the case with the number, what would it take for you to want to buy a Baker Mayfield jersey?
Ooh. Will the chat buy him one? Let's do a buy, Cody.
Yeah.
A playoff, and by the way, like even then, it's going to be.
Oh, well, no caveats, baby. No caveats.
I've actually been online for the last 20 minutes looking for one. You can't buy a Baker Mayfield jersey yet, but you can get a custom one and just buy 6 and put Mayfield on the back.
Ooh, how about this? Is like, let's do something like this. If Baker Mayfield and the Carolina Panthers go 9-8, C3 will buy the jersey for Cody.
So winning record
right,
is
9-8. We'll buy the jersey. If they go 10-7, the chat will buy the jersey. And if they go,
the chat is going to buy me a jersey.
Oh, yes, they will. Oh, they will totally do that, man. Like $1 a person. $1 a person to make you eat crow. Oh, we would get the 12
to wear it to every game.
Let me clarify on that question. What would it take for you, Cody, to want to buy the jersey?
Ooh,
like, what
he's
would it take
pay for it
for you to want that jersey to be purchased by you for that purpose? For you to be a Baker Mayfield fan?
Okay, it's a high bar.
Okay,
are you ready?
Oh my God!
You asked, so I'm gonna give you the answer. I need at least 45 touchdowns.
45. Okay.
I need 40.
Spit my drink
out, of them motherfuckers, dog. 40, because you know
what the fuck?
No, let me tell you why. So you want to know why I picked a real high number? You know why?
It's not going to happen.
Then that tells me, oh, I was wrong.
So 35 wouldn't? 35 wouldn't?
Dude, that's all.
I just spit drink everywhere.
If it's 42, I might still fucking buy it, bro.
How about this? Somebody add up the passing touchdowns that the Carolina Panthers have had for the last 3 years.
Say it one more time.
Actually, all right, Greg, you're the stat daddy. I'm going to give you a little homework as we go into. I want to know a couple of numbers. Like, get us what 45 is, right? Is it the last 3 years of passing touchdowns? Is it the last 2 years of passing touchdowns? I mean, come on. That's ridiculous.
Who's done that, is what you're asking?
No, in like the Panther. Like, how many passing touchdowns did we have last year?
Oh, I got you.
Total. How many did we have the year before? Because I feel like that's 3 years of Carolina Panthers passing touchdowns he needs. You're trying to tell me
you're already missing my point.
Just give us the division win. How about that? Division win. Something. It's got to be better than that. 45 is fucking ridiculous, bro. I mean, that's
and then again, you're missing my point.
Answer.
I need one of those stat lines to show me definitively. And CK asked me what it would take for me to buy a jersey. I need to see something from Baker Mayfield that tells me that he is on the level of a Josh Allen, a Joe Burrow, a Justin Herbert, a Patrick Mahomes.
None of those guys threw 45 touchdowns
before I'm ever gonna buy a jersey.
None of them.
You know how many passing touchdowns we had last year?
We had
Josh Allen. The most he's thrown is 37.
Being better than we were last year is not enough to make me want to buy a jersey.
35 then has to be the number.
Fine, 35.
Dude, Josh Allen, the most he's ever thrown is 37.
Hey, I just want you to know I've gone back 2 years now. Last year's 14, the year before that's 16. It doesn't look like we're getting to 45 in the third. Well, we might. I don't know.
Let's see that. I think that's 4 years of Panthers touchdown.
Let's talk about how many we had
God.
in Cam Newton's MVP.
Oh,
ridiculous.
17. Sorry.
Say it one more time.
How many did we have in Cam Newton's MVP campaign?
22.
He was 35
25
touchdowns, 10 interceptions. I just thought you had me, huh?
We've
No, I
had
did that number
47,
right off the
47
top.
touchdowns thrown in the last 3 years in Carolina Panthers. 47.
I need
But
to listen.
my
if I'm
point-
gonna- yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God.
My point
We
with
gotta
that
get this
is,
guy off the map.
even in Cam Newton's best year, he never eclipsed 40, right?
Yeah.
Like,
most quarterbacks
and
don't.
so the idea of Cam or the Baker Mayfield having to do 45,
I know
like
he
that-
just threw a number.
that
We're
just
holding him
shows-
too hard.
no.
He didn't really mean 45. We're gonna give him a
No, I think he
We're
did.
gonna
And
give
I'll
him
tell
that.
you why I think he did. I think there is a bias aspect. And I agree, like I said, and it's okay for Cody to feel this way, right? Who did Cody want here anyway? Deshaun Watson, right? Cody wanted Deshaun Watson from day one here. And now Deshaun Watson is a Cleveland Brown, and we get the sloppy seconds of Baker Mayfield, right? I think there is some sour apples there. Let's be real about it. I think that there's
or sour grapes even.
Yeah.
Well,
so
but listen, can two of those things be true? CK,
No.
Can your
No.
assessment be accurate? Yeah, I'm a little salty that we're in this situation. Not even related to Deshaun. Like, yeah, you make a good point. We basically did the swap that I didn't want, but not even about Deshaun. Just the fact that what kind of quarterback he represents to me, this is the same old shit from the Panthers. But I don't feel like anything I have said, any of my criticisms about Baker Mayfield are unfounded or unwarranted. He has not proven a damn thing, and I'm not going to put any praises on him until he does.
Oh
as
my
much
God.
as Deshaun Watson.
We were 3-0
All right, we gotta
last
change
year.
the numbers. All right, how about
Just
this?
saying.
If we gotta change the numbers, I feel like this is that if we win,
I told you I
8
do 35 plus.
no,
or
if we
30,
win
fine,
8
30.
games, if we win 8 games this year, I'll buy the jersey for you. If we win
No,
10
make it 9.
games,
Do 9.
No,
This
no,
it has to
8,
be a winning
8.
season.
No, my pocketbook. I'll buy the jersey for you. 8 games.
I know.
10
but why
games.
not do
10
it?
games is the chat. Chat, tell me if you can fund a $100 jersey for Cody if we get to 10 games. And if we get to 11 games,
Chat's never buying
he
it.
has to buy it.
I have
11. No, if we get to 11 wins, you buy the jersey.
12.
Come on, I will pay. I will
12,
certainly pay you in the
12,
background.
12.
You could have just gone along with it, dude. I was.
I could have, but
I have
you
a-
know,
I have a
I'm on
simpler
your
one for
list
you.
of most
Oh, my
people
God.
that makes through the match.
How about this? 11. You either get 11 and a playoff, or 12 and no playoff. Like, and what I
Same.
mean by that is 11 games and we get a playoff win, or then you got to buy the jersey, right? So we get 11 games, we get into a playoff game and we win it, right? So that's
Jersey.
ultimately 12. It's ultimately 12, or we get 12 games, no playoff win, you got to buy it. And 10, the chat buys it at 10, and I'll buy it at 8.
That's a lot
Come
of
on.
requisites, though. Let's
No,
just
it's
do
not.
it
It's
mental.
actually perfect.
winning games. Yeah, no stats involved.
It's
Other than
perfect.
winning.
Yeah, but you're saying
You
like if
only
they
have to
win
buy it as
12.
this: if the Panthers win a playoff game, you have to buy it, or if they win 12 games.
Yeah, fine, done. We're not doing none of that shit, dude. Deal.
Yes, we are. Oh,
I've got one.
Deal.
I've got one for you that's
What
not going
a
to cost you anything, Cody.
Don't
How about
be a
how about
bitch
this?
about it.
Deal, bro.
How about this,
Fucking
Cody?
winner over here, bro. Let's go. What's
I'll
up
make
there?
you a shirt, okay, that you'll have to wear.
Die on
If,
this
if
hill.
Baker Mayfield wins 10 games, I want you to wear this shirt that says Baker Mayfield is greater than Trevor Lawrence. Because Baker Mayfield took an 0-16 team that we just heard wasn't that great his rookie year, and you saw what Trevor Lawrence did his rookie year. So
well, that
10
to
games.
that same the spirit of that, we also need to have the opposite be true for Tony. Of I'm a Baker Bonham.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
Perfect.
Oh, totally. I've already ordered
Alright.
that shirt.
Yeah.
That shirt. I've already ordered that shirt. Oh
Okay,
my
I
gosh,
love it.
wonderful. Actually, what do I
Yeah, that's
need
a
to
deal.
get?
Yeah,
I will.
If-
All right, so
if
I'll
Baker
wear
can't
this
win
shirt.
4 games, or excuse me, if he can't win more
If
than
he
5
wins-
games, that's been our bar for 3
Hold
years.
on, hold on,
5
hold on.
games.
Let's go even
right, so-
further. if Baker doesn't win the starting job.
Oh,
Well,
I'll
that's
wear it
gonna
all
happen.
season.
Yeah, I think that's pretty likely.
No,
Well-
if he doesn't win it, I'll wear it all season.
Oh,
I'm a
okay, I
Baker
got you. If he
bottom.
doesn't win it, but if he does win it,
Then I don't gotta wear the shirt. Then I mean,
you don't gotta wear it at
but
all.
if he doesn't win, say like under 6, if we don't win 6 with Baker starting 6 starting games, he has to start in 6. If we lose all 6 that he only starts 6, he does, and he's hurt the rest of the year. If he wins less than 6 games next year, I will wear the Baker bottom shirt on the draft night party.
But here's the thing is, so Cody's that's a more likely scenario that we don't win 6, right? It's a possibility because
I don't think so.
But here's the thing is it's way more unlikely for us to hit 12 wins, especially with our schedule next year.
True.
So the idea of saying like it's pretty unlikely Baker doesn't win the starting job, right?
Oh, white chocolate is right.
That's a good. I see. I see.
And you know what? Not only do you have to buy the jersey, you got to wear I'm a Baker bottom shirt.
You're adding more on my end than you are on your end, dude.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm a Baker bottom, baby, right now. I'm ready.
Baker bot triple B.
Make the deal. I gave you a good deal. I was gonna buy the jersey. I'm buying the jersey. You have told me that he's gonna stink. I will pay straight up for a Baker Mayfield jersey for you. You can sell it on eBay for $5 for all I give a shit. But I will buy it for you if he does not win. If he wins less than 8 games.
If he wins less than 8 games,
8 or less. Even if he wins 8. If the Panthers are 8. What would that be? 8 and 9?
You should just make that the line for everything then.
Yeah, but then why are you buying me a jersey of a player that doesn't even get to 8 wins?
Because, you know what? Because I have to buy it, man.
8 wins
is 100.
No, but Tony, this is what I'm saying. Buy me a jersey. Okay, so
I will only buy you I will buy you a Sam Darnold jersey then. Yeah. Like you only get 2 options. You get the Sam Darnold
Matt
jersey.
Corral. No, Matt Corral. Buy me a Matt Corral.
Well,
if I'm right, buy me a Matt Corral.
Okay.
And then
I'll do that.
If I'm wrong, I'll buy me a Baker Mayfield if we go to the playoffs.
8 wins is almost twice what we've averaged for the last 3 years. That's not bad.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
That used to be a 800 record or 500 record.
All right. Enough of that, man. Good Lord. We're going to chat. Remember it. Chat. You better chip in on the 10 wins.
Oh,
I know they will. All you got to do is look right away. Tell
we already have a donation. Mr. Lightning 20 says, I'll help fund Baker jersey for Cody, AJ's, and Buck. So
don't forget
shout out to Mr.
that.
Lightning, man.
Thank you, Mr. Lightning. Don't forget YouTube takes about 30% of that as a house cut. So we're going to have to probably get to 230 to really pay for it. You can Cash App us, obviously. You can donate to the show in a variety of ways. Number 1, you can donate to the show by smashing the thumbs up button. Number 2, you can donate to the show by hitting the subscribe. Number 3, the best is dropping the link somewhere, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot of conversations on Reddit, on Facebook, on Twitter that people are having, and we're not always locked into each other. People want to congregate. They want to be part of a community. You can help us by sharing the link to the show. We're here every Tuesday night, Friday night, post game during the year. We've got the beat check. We got a lot of stuff that comes out all the time. You can smash the thumbs up button and hit that little notification bell. It really helps us to grow. You can donate to the show, obviously, using super chats, using Cash App, PayPal, or just go to CarolinaCatChronicles.com. There's a donate button there, A. There's stories there, B. Let's go ahead. And another way you can be a part of the show and contribute. It's a donation. Think about that. Every time you make a comment, every time you make a call, that's a donation to our conversation. The number is 252-228-5098. Let's get into the cat calls.
So what are your thoughts on catcalling?
Yeah, it's pretty. You shouldn't do that to somebody.
And how did that make you feel?
Very uncomfortable.
So how do you think catcalling makes the person feel?
It feels good, like
and a 4 and a who's that cat sitting in the back corner with his face buried in his nose? Who's that kid that can use one?
Yo, for real, just a no-brainer. I mean, we got bacon for peanuts, and he puts up twice as many numbers as Sam Darnold, which we definitely overpaid for, man. I mean, dude, yearly salary as well as what we get with the draft picks. And Sam's never won a playoff game. So I don't understand why we're making this so complicated, Panther Nation fan. I mean, it's the writing's it's so easy. It's right there. We paid peanuts for a proven winner. What are we mad about? What are we doubting?
Proven.
Are y'all really gonna y'all really gonna co-sign on Sam Darnold and PJ Walker and a rookie? Is that really what you want? Is that really the future? Because I think it's delusional if you're going to go that route.
Take it.
Seriously, man. It's that's all I got to say about that.
I mean, you want to call me delusional? I'm not believing in Sam Darnold.
I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying this.
Yeah, I'm not saying me.
Walk
Just in
into
general.
the room without Baker.
I mean, I think he's probably, dude. Look, I want to see Matt Corral. That's what I want.
Well, guess
to see.
what?
And so
I
to
promise
me,
you
that was a
this.
shorter bridge to Matt Corral. So again,
All right.
dude, there's never going to be a scenario where I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. My thing is this: if I, you guys are cherry picking all these Baker Mayfield stats and saying that he's a winner and he's proven this. Now, I kind of think he's had one good season. He's proven to have one really good season.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Okay, sure.
How many interceptions did Cam Newton have in his first year, 4 years?
I saw this the other day. It's,
He never had a
far worse
23
supporting
interception
cast.
year, though.
He had 54 compared to Baker's 56.
No, not much of a difference.
Not
Never had a
much. Baker had-
23. Never had a
And Baker
23.
had better receivers and better O-line.
Cam Newton, but you've got to admit, if you've watched Cam Newton's game, some of his interceptions were egregious.
Oh, I
wanna
would never
tell you
say
this.
that they weren't, for sure.
I want
Right.
I
it
want to
wasn't
tell you this.
receivers.
But
if you are
I'd say a
truly-
majority of them.
No.
Yeah.
If you really look, Cody, I promise you, I'm going to convince you over the next year that Baker Mayfield is your savior. Promise you.
You can't do that.
No, I promise you this. Look, and this is the premise right here, is you want Matt Corral to work, right? You
Yes.
believe in Matt Corral. You have made an evaluation of him. The senior year, there were some things, an injury. I don't want to hear anybody talk about depression. I don't want to hear that as being any reason why his stock fell. But if that is truly why it did fall, then fuck people. Like, everybody gets overwhelmed at times. So I don't want to hear none of that about the evaluation. But if you truly want Matt Corral to work, you need Baker Mayfield to work. Because if you did not have Baker Mayfield, number one, Sam Darnold comes in and sucks, there is a chance that Matt Corral could be the slightest odds and come in and just explode. Yes, it is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it is. The odds are long. The odds are long, but the odds also are in favor or heavily weighted towards him not doing well. So imagine this: Sam Darnold comes in, stinks like Sam Darnold does, or just gets hurt. Matt Corral comes in, shows some flashes, but isn't good enough to overcome a team coached by Matt Rule. Matt Rule's fired, new coach comes in, Matt Corral fades into the existence of Carolina lore. He might go on somewhere else and be fantastic. I am telling you, Baker Mayfield might be the reason that Matt Corral gets to be the starter in Carolina by, number one, being good enough to A, save Matt Rule's job. Number two, be good enough to maybe get the franchise tag, or just be good enough to save Matt Rule's job and see enough of Matt Corral in practice, in training camp, to say he's our next Patrick Mahomes. So that's why you have to be on the Baker train, bro, because the odds are you would see Matt Corral for 6 games in a Carolina Panthers jersey and never see him again.
My thing is this, though. If Baker does, if it's bad this year for whatever reason and Matt Rule gets fired, well, then doesn't that mean that's even less likely of a scenario to see Matt Corral? Because that's what I'm
saying. If Matt Rule gets fired, he will never be a Panthers starter ever.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is, so basically,
he's going to get fired with Sam Darnold. He would more than likely get fired with Matt Corral as a starter. Right? Like, the only thing is, like, if Baker Mayfield can just come in and do 10 games and either get the franchise tag next year, or at the very minimum, they say, we're good with Matt Corral. Well, thanks for your 1-year rental. Baker Mayfield saved your boy's job.
I mean, I hear your logic. I just disagree with you. I think if Baker does, if Baker saves Matt Corral, if Baker saves Matt Rule's job, then this is Baker's job going forward. And we're never going to
for how many years? Corral. But even a franchise tag might be perfect, though. Is it a franchise tag wouldn't be terrible?
I mean, the franchise tag is probably what you're hoping for. You're hoping for 11 or 12 wins, get a franchise tag.
Oh, man, bro. If he gets 11 or 12 wins, he ain't getting a franchise tag. He's getting an extension. We're talking 9 wins he gets the franchise tag.
I think y'all set the bar too low. I think the bar needs to be a little bit higher.
You're never.
Cody, I haven't felt anything higher than 5 wins in 3 years. 9 wins, I would be flipping right now, to be truly honest with you. I like 9 wins.
9?
I said our record was going to be 6, and I said our record was going to be 6-11 with Sam Darnold.
That sounds like y'all are just okay with being a middle of the road football team.
No, we're not okay. It's not okay with being one. We're not okay with being. We're excited by the prospect of not being an under 500 team.
No, it's not even just that. It's a prospect of getting better, right? That's the most, like, the idea that we have to jump to 12 wins for there to be any reason to be excited about it as a franchise is asinine, right? That's a thought that I understand, because we saw that happen a couple of times. We went from a below 500 to 15-1, right? We see that and we're like, oh my God, that's a possibility, right? It's easy because it's like, okay, I've seen other teams do it as well, Cincinnati Bengals being one of them, right? But at the end of the day, progress is progress. And if we move in the right direction, that's okay to be excited about that. That's okay to feel like that's a positive move. Now, where it's hard to feel that positivity is when Cody's going to bring up the argument, well, if we're an 8-9 team or a 9-8 team, well, guess what? We're just still stuck in this mediocrity of not being able to get a high draft pick. Well, guess what? There are plenty of teams that exist that don't get high draft picks ever, and they are still top tier, franchises. You can find that guy. Seattle has done it. You've seen it with the Cowboys. You've seen it with, even if you want to go as far as Kansas City and with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, these guys, they weren't drafted in the top 5. It is possible for you to get that without having to be in the top 5 picks in the NFL for the draft.
We need a new poll question. I don't know what it is.
It's not just the draft picks. It's the mediocrity.
Oh, stop.
It's the Panthers being
we're not mediocrity, bro.
We aren't always that. We've been way less.
You're basically saying mediocre is okay because that's
mediocre's better than terrible.
I love this. I love when middle class people think they're upper middle class. I love when lower middle class people think they're middle class people. Everybody thinks they're a higher class than they are. 5 and 11 is not middle class, baby.
No, you're a loser. Too.
It's low class. Mm-hmm. It's low class. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next call.
What's up, guys? It's Scott from Winston-Salem. First
up,
off, my God, we did get Baker Mayfield since the Tuesday show. And secondly, well, besides listening to Rob Anderson's illiterate talk and how we're supposed to feel him, I just don't believe that Matt Corral's going to get a chance. I really don't. Just like Cody said, if we got Baker Mayfield, what happens? You just about going to have to sign him to a contract. That's going to put Corral down on the low end of the totem pole. And I guarantee you, somebody's going to get traded. And I bet it's Matt Corral. So, anyway, good show. Appreciate what you guys do. Just want your thoughts on that and the Baker Mayfield hire and see where we go as a franchise there. And I have always agreed that he's probably going to give us maybe 1 or 2 more wins. But other than that, his attitude is going to be the downfall of our team. And as soon as he gets down, he's going to be just like Sam, getting down and throwing interceptions and making stupid plays. So I'm all for Matt Corral. But however,
Cody got a
I
little
ain't the
disciple.
coach and don't pretend to be. Probably really never want. As a matter of fact, I'd never want to be a football coach
Cody calling it.
because I know exactly what I would do, and it wouldn't be play who we're playing right now. So anyway, good show, guys. Keep it up. Keep pounding.
Appreciate you, brother. And look,
Great call. Come on, hit him with a great call. Best call.
Oh, dude, it was a fantastic call. Because listen, that's the fear, and that's what I'm looking at. That I feel like no one else is looking at, right? That okay, we're going to fall for this incremental improvement, and yeah, we're 2 wins better with Baker, and yeah, now we're in the middle class, and now we have some signs of life. And then we continue to do the same thing because we don't have a quarterback that can elevate us in those big moments. And by the way, I tend to agree with him. I hope it doesn't happen. But if Matt Corral goes somewhere else and then balls out with another football team, it wouldn't surprise me. Matt Corral has a higher talent level, a higher ceiling.
6 games for you.
A higher ceiling. Matt Corral has a higher ceiling, in my opinion, than Baker Mayfield by a mile. Bigger arm.
Not bigger arm.
Did he win 12 games?
Yeah, he does. He has a bigger arm.
He has a bigger arm.
Baker Mayfield has one of the biggest arms in the league by stats.
Baker has beaten every quarterback in the NFL in air yards since he's been in the league.
Does he have a better yard than Patrick Mahomes?
I can show you a clip.
You know what? The Chiefs need to cut Patrick Mahomes.
74 yards. I can show you that. I'm about to.
And we can show you too with Baker Mayfield doing the same thing, buddy.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I'm telling you, Matt Corral has a bigger arm than Baker Mayfield.
Would it be better to jerk off to porn or to screw your next door neighbor who's a girl, right? I mean, like at the end of the day, you're acting like this. It's like if I can't do the best of best. No, this is somebody trying to tell me about sex who is a virgin.
Right. So here's my
y'all are under a spell of a basic ass quarterback.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's 1,000% what you are.
Cody, you've got to keep it. Here's the problem you have, right? Is everything that has been given to you as logic, you have thrown away with no reason behind it other than just my opinion, right? We have given you stats that show that Baker Mayfield isn't as bad as you want to make him out to be.
Clip thing that you're talking about, if you go back and look at those plays that you're talking about, they're all Hail Mary plays at the end of a quarter where you're having to chuck the ball into the end zone.
And so what was Corral throwing? Josh Allen hasn't had to do that?
What was Corral throwing that was 74 yards that wasn't a Hail Mary? No, what was Corral throwing that was 74 yards that wasn't a Hail Mary? Seriously.
It had to have been a Hail Mary. Let's take that off the table. Because I mean that's right now how often you have to throw
You
the ball
are
78
gayer
yards
for
in the
Matt
NFL
Corral
is
than I am for Cam.
You're gayer. What the fuck are you
really,
talking about?
you
Y'all
are gayer
Matt-
for Matt Corral.
We're excited about Matt Corral's potential.
Pixie dust.
Right? I think we can be excited about Matt Corral's potential. I think that's fair. Okay, we can still say that that's true. And it still can be true that Baker Mayfield potentially is better than Matt Corral. Right? We don't know what Matt Corral is.
Potentially.
Right?
But I have no reason to believe
Oh
that.
my God!
Right. You have no reason
you're
not
a
to.
basic ass bitch, Cody.
If you want to,
Baker
get
Mayfield's
technical,
a
Cody.
basic-ass
If you want to
bitch,
get
and y'all are
technical,
comparing him to Cam Newton on here. Give me a fucking break.
Stats
Baker
don't
Mayfield
lie.
hasn't done anything
Stats
for the
don't lie.
Panthers.
Baker Mayfield hasn't done anything. He broke rookie records. He went in his third year, just like Cam Newton, and he took his team to the playoffs and won a playoff game in his third year. There's way more comparable stats between the two of them than you care to admit. Now, you can sit there and talk about their weapons. You can also talk about Cam Newton didn't have the disadvantage of having 5 different head coaches to have to worry about, learning a completely new system, learning about new. You didn't have to deal with that with Cam Newton. He did that one time, and that was it. Obviously after he left the Panthers. But as far as outside of that, like when we talk about, let's think about that call, for instance, right? The idea, and this is no disrespect to anybody, because I understand where people come from with this, but the idea that Baker Mayfield's got too big of a personality, but in the same breath, like Cam Newton is the best quarterback we've ever had.
Or we like
right?
Robbie Anderson because he's got a big personality.
Right. Or even, let's go even further. Patrick Mahomes has that exact same thing. We go to Lamar Jackson.
Actually, his brother does.
Well, Patrick Mahomes does too. If you see him on the field, he has that. Like, it's not like he has a tremendous amount of confidence, which isn't a bad thing, right? These quarterbacks are all having that. So the idea that his confidence and his ability, the way he carries himself, is a problem is one that's befuddled me. Right? We like it in every other position other than the quarterback. Like, we love it when our defensive ends are able to just like.
I think we only like it when we like it, and we don't like it when we don't like it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we like bravado when we like bravado. We like humbleness when we like humbleness.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Do y'all want
to?
Do y'all?
No, we got to go on with the calls, bro. We got to go on with the calls.
Because I have a clip of him just throwing the ball 74 yards.
I don't give a fuck about that. I can
And
throw.
Baker's not doing that.
I've seen.
Did he throw a college ball or an NFL ball?
Have you seen and one clips be the people doing this and that? Like, I haven't seen him do anything in the NFL yet. That's it. Second, I want the chat to weigh on this. This story got a lot of traction. I write occasionally for CarolinaCatChronicles.com. This week's story was Carolina would be wise to release Sam Darnold before it impedes Matt Corral's development. And this is a little homage to my co-host, Cody Lashney. The reason he doesn't like Baker Mayfield is not because of Baker Mayfield. I believe I'm in his head already, but it's because he likes Matt Corral. I think keeping all 3 of these cats on the roster would be a problem for Matt Corral, and that is you go into training camp, you split reps between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, seeing who's going to compete when we all know it's Baker Mayfield, right? And then you don't give Matt Corral the opportunity, A, to compete, B, to get experience. And then if you keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, say Baker Mayfield's the starter, Sam Darnold's the quote-unquote backup. In practice, you give the backup the reps, right? Because he has to be prepared to go in there with the number 2s. I think what we should do is this. You traded for Sam Darnold. You traded for Baker Mayfield. It's time to just hit your wagon, folks, to Baker Mayfield and say Matt Corral is the person in waiting. It's time for Carolina to release Sam Darnold before it impedes Matt Corral's development. Let's go to the next call. I feel like a lot of these calls are going to be directed at Cody Lashney.
Hey guys, this is Alex from Missouri, and
This is my boy, so
I've
be
been
nice.
listening, and I've heard all this smack Cody's been talking about Baker Mayfield. So got me a little set of notes here on my phone. It's called Debunking Cody, and I spent all of last night trying to put him in his place. So here we go. Cody, you want to say the Browns were a super team? They had 4 head coaches in 4 years, one of which was Hugh Jackson, and one of which was Freddie, who the fuck is that, Kitchens, who had his head underwater in the damn kitchen sink. Greg Williams, who is a defensive-minded coach, Kevin Stefanski, who was actually an offensive-minded coach, and they had him in 2020 when they had a healthy offensive line. Baker had a torn labrum last year. You know what that means? That means the joint aches and throbs, and the joint itself actually catches, grinds on itself as he throws. That's like your shoulder had a layer of WD-40 that kept it running smoothly normally, and it was magically replaced by fucking coarse grit sandpaper grinding against a rock, and he played through that shit. You want to hear something else about this super team? Here's the Browns' end-of-season defensive rankings since 2018 off PSS. 2018, 21st. 2019, 20th ranked defense. 2020, 21st. 2021, 14th, and Baker had an injury that season. The Browns' O-line rankings since 2018 per PSS, 2018, second. That's pretty good, except Baker only didn't play the whole season, and he was a rookie, and he still won them 7 wins after they went 0-16 the year before. 2019, they were 23rd. That offensive line completely regressed, which reflects the record that season, not to mention he was force-feeding the ball to OBJ. 2020, they were first, which is a big reason why the Browns went into Pittsburgh and beat Pittsburgh in those playoffs and had such a good season. 2021, they were 8th, but it didn't matter because Baker was hurt. So maybe not as good as you think, Cody. 2018 was his rookie year. 2019, 4 split Beckham. 2020, O-line gets his shit together, and OBJ hurt actually helps Baker because it allows him to read the fucking defense, which you say he can't do. You don't want to hear their wide receiver ranks? 2018, 6th. 2019, 6th. 2020, 18th. And 2021, 14th. And you want to say Odell's a superstar? He's been so great. Even if he was a superstar and not on a diva level, because you remember there's a reason that he was packed out in New York. It was because he was force-feeding the ball to Odell Beckham because he had pressure from coaches to do so, and probably pressure from Odell, who was whining about it. Ask Taylor Heineke how force-feeding the ball to a player works and how much success you can have. Look at how many targets he fucking force-fed McLaurin last year. Did that work? No, it didn't work, and McLaurin leaps and bounds above.
Listen, man, I hear your points. One, I still disagree with you about that offensive line. In 3 of the 4 years he was there, it was ranked a top 10 offensive line. Look, I am not going to sit here and tell you that Baker Mayfield didn't have to overcome adversity. Clearly he did. And by the way, for the same reasons I gave Cam Newton credit for fighting through that injury in 2017, yeah, do the same thing for Baker. He's an alpha male. He wants to be out there and win with his football team. I think that's a fair assessment, okay? But what we're talking about is a quarterback who, in the 4th quarter, throughout his career, has more interceptions than any other quarterback since 2018. This goes to literally every single year that you're talking about.
Is that 4th quarter stat real?
Yes, that's real. Why would that? Why it's real because it's a
quarter part.
Bad stat for him?
No, I'm just saying because in the last, he did have 6 interceptions in the last 2 games of last year. Right. And I'm not saying like that those shouldn't count. Right. But I think that is it possible that the average was skewed in that moment? You know what I'm saying? 6, 4th. What if all of those? I'm just saying 6 quarter. All right, let's go to the next. You ready to go to the next call? Because he's coming after you. And I'm going to tell you this. If you make 4 or 5 3-minute calls and we pay them all, you better share the link. You better smash the thumbs up button. And you could even consider donating to the show via whatever avenue is available. You ready? He's ready. He's had nothing for you.
All right, so it cut me off. And I took a deep breath so I could calm down. Listen, Beckham had 133 targets last season, 2019. 75 receptions, 135 yards. Baker clearly had no problem getting Odell the ball, except that was the freaking problem. Not to mention, you forget that even though Beckham played that whole season, he was coming off of core muscle surgery. or had a core
And he's a
muscle injury.
bitch.
It was the next season he played off the surgery. And so he wasn't himself. So even if he was a superstar, like, that matters. If you're going to talk trash on Baker for his 2021 season and discount the fact that he had an injury, you got to do the same thing with Odell. It doesn't work that way. Okay? And speaking of Odell injuries, like I said, he gets hurt. The offense gets better because Baker is allowed to read the field and relax in the pocket. He ain't got to zone in on one guy because he's trying to keep one guy happy. And then you have Jarvis Landry, who in 2018 was 81 for 976, 2019, 83 for 1,174, 2020, 72 for 840, 21, Baker was injured, 52 for 570. And Landry was injured like 4 games last year. So Landry had solid production while he was there, so Baker can't support a receiver? Okay. Here is Baker Mayfield's Pro Football Focus rank or grade by the year. In 2018, he was ranked 11th. In 2019, he was ranked 17th, and the Browns had the 23rd best offensive line, so don't even hold that against him. Third season, he was 8th, fucking top 10 when the O-line returned to form first. And in 2021, he was injured, so we ain't even going to consider that. But if you average out his quarterback rank for the 2 seasons, he actually had a fucking O-line that could block, which was 11th and 8th. That averages out to about 9.5, which means when he has a good O-line, he is a top 10 quarterback. If I told you, Cody, that we were trading for a quarterback and didn't give you a damn name and said 2 out of the last 3 seasons he was a top 10 quarterback, you'd be all about it. I know you would, because we are thirsty as hell for a fucking quarterback. So why the fuck is the Baker hate? We finally get a fucking quarterback, and instead of drinking that water, you and a third of our fan base would rather stay dehydrated as fucking fantasy land because you love Corral so damn much, or are salty we missed out on Deshaun the sex criminal. Drink the water, bro. You'll feel better. I promise. You want to talk Corral, though? Tell me. The
Look
hit
at
rate
all
on
these
third-round
jaded
quarterbacks.
fans,
Oh,
dude.
boy. Name someone other than Prescott
Jaded.
Russ in the last decade that ended up a franchise quarterback from the 3rd or 4th fucking round. I'll wait. I like Corral, and I think he's underrated and could be the guy. But hell, dude, what does it matter if it's Corral or Baker that's successful as long as we actually have a fucking baller at the quarterback position? You're over here comparing Mayfield to Darnold, Bridgewater, and fucking Garoppolo? I think like the Browns have had a fucking super team.
He wants more.
All right, Alex again. All right, they had a damn good team in 2020, and that was it.
Wait. I gotta go 4 minutes without responding to this.
You want to respond? Oh, respond.
Yeah.
You want to
Listen,
tell us about how,
the fact that you have to dig, the fact that you have to dig so deep to find all these numbers that say he's a top 10 quarterback.
Where did you find the highlight from Matt Corral throwing 77 yards?
You misinterpreted the point.
This is the point that I'm trying to say.
You pulled a fourth quarter
I
stat.
didn't misinterpret shit. I didn't misinterpret
No, he's not saying like I would top him in the top 10.
He's saying if you have a good offense. Let me finish my fucking answer. When Baker Mayfield has a good offensive line in front of him, he's essentially saying that the numbers bear out that he's a top 10 quarterback. Dude, you're fucking snorting heroin, bro. Listen, I have never said Baker Mayfield is a bad quarterback. In fact, I think Baker Mayfield is going to account for more wins this year than the Panthers had last year. What y'all are busy doing is fawning over a Jimmy Garoppolo type player. And hey,
that's unfair. That's a real basic bit.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, what Greg said earlier is that you don't have to have this elite, incredible quarterback to win the Super Bowl. That there are other ways to do it, right? Well, fine. If that's
how
what
about
the Panthers
just get a winning season?
If that's what the Panthers end up doing, then fine. But all these nitpicking of numbers, dude, you're honestly all making yourself look fucking silly. Like when he has a good offensive line and some decent weapons, he's a decent football player.
Look,
but he's not an upper echelon quarterback.
No, look, to you and why Big Jordan, what my man's point is not that he would take him before 9 other quarterbacks. That's not what he's saying. What he is saying is under reasonable circumstances, he's a better than average quarterback. Right. So he actually gave you numbers that put him within the top 10. You know what I'm saying? So Like, what if he would have given you numbers that just put him at 12? You would have been like, oh, well, he's not top 10. That's what you would have said. What I am trying to say to you is this, is that every quarterback needs a decent offensive line.
Sure.
I mean, look, you want to say this is
The
like,
whole
you want to
truth.
come back. Oh, Cody Lashney loves to do this. He'll be like, oh, what? He'll be slobbing for his boy Matt Corral in a 3rd round pick. And he'll be like, oh, well, Russell Wilson. He'll be like, oh, Dak Prescott. Well, do you know what the Dallas Cowboys did for a decade before they didn't pick an offensive line? They didn't pick an offensive line. They picked a bunch of star-ass fucking stud players. But then finally, the Dallas Cowboys said they picked 5 first-round picks for 5 years in a row. And then Dak Prescott comes in as a 3rd-round pick, who is a good quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to shit on, but like, what? It's unfair for you to need a quarterback who can win a Super Bowl behind a shit offensive line. What we actually need is a quarterback. We need a quarterback behind a decent offensive line can give us better than average production. That's what Carolina needs right now, because we have not had that. We have not had that since 2018. That's it.
What does Baker Mayfield do better than Teddy Bridgewater?
Is that like, you're being like this? Next, if we win 11 games, Cody's going to come on this shit and be like, oh, well, the offensive line was great. Dicks.
Well, that will be a big reason. Would you agree?
Yes, no shit.
Yes,
no
it's
shit.
true for everyone. I didn't disagree with anything.
All right, he's
that
got
you just
one
said.
more call. He's got one more call. Maybe.
All right, Fortune, I think this is the last time. I'm sorry, guys.
You better
Cody got me
donate,
all
bro.
worked up.
You
You know what,
better
Cody?
donate.
Here's the rundown of Baker versus all the NFC quarterbacks. The guy who was top 10 in the last
Watch, he's gonna
3
talk
years,
about
twice,
Dak next.
right? Baker is greater than Wentz. Baker is greater than Jalen Hurts to watching you. I don't care if Jalen Hurts can scramble. That dude makes some god-awful throws. God-awful. People used to give Cam shit for his accuracy. I've never seen anybody, like, you could stand Jalen Hurts in front of a barn, he threw it, and he hit the tree 30 yards to the direct right. Baker is greater than Daniel Jones, who's a turnover machine, much like Darnold, but who can actually, like, make a few plays, although
And
Dak
Baker.
is better than Baker. Baker is obviously not as good as Aaron Rodgers. He is greater than Justin Fields, who's a sitting fucking duck and hasn't proven anything. He's probably greater than or equal to, if you want to look at it pessimistically, to Kirk Cousins, who has a really good deep ball and who is an underrated quarterback himself. He's greater than Jared Goff, who was carried by Sean McVay and the Rams. He's not as good as Matthew Stafford, and you're not going to like this one, but he's greater than or equal to Kyler Murray, because Baker fucking that Arizona wide receiver core, like, I don't know, D-Hop, who is leaps and bounds above Odell, and O-line of defense, and see what the fuck happens. He's also greater than Jimmy G, and I put slash Trey Lance because we don't know what the fuck he even is. He's greater than Donald, Mariota, and Jameis, which is 3 quarterbacks in our division. He's obviously not as good as Brady. So out of 16 NFC quarterbacks, he's easily top 5 to 6. Baker succeeded despite the Browns. Let me say that again, Cody. They weren't a super team. Baker succeeded despite the Browns. Middle of the pack Browns defense, O-line play. They were top 1 year shit the next year. Wide receiver injuries, and Odell being a baby back bitch in the locker room. 4 head coaches and 4 OCs in 4 years, and all that dysfunction, and he still got them more wins in those 4 years than they'd had in a fucking decade, brought them to the playoffs, made them competitive. He resurrected that franchise. But no, he's not good enough for us, right? Drink the fucking water. Drink the water, Cody. You're dying of quarterback dehydration over here, and you actually fucking have one. Quit trying to play devil's advocate and being mad about a 3rd quarterback waiting when you've got Baker the motherfucking Resurrection Mayfield right here on your goddamn doorstep. By the way, undefeated my ass. Your little brown super team argument is now fucking dead. And all you do with that argument anyway is give me more confidence that Baker will succeed, because the Panthers roster he's walking into looks a lot like that 2020 Browns roster, the only good one they had.
We're going to play it. Look, he's got one more call. I'm going to play it because he messaged me on Twitter, and I love my peoples. I love people who listen to us, and he does. He listens to us all the time. I feel like he actually found us within the last year. I might be wrong on that, but what I love about this is when someone finds us, they message us. And they say, man, look,
we message back.
I love interacting with people. So you can hit me up on Twitter at @cat_chronicles. If you share this podcast, like, and you share the thread like my man does, I'll play your calls. And Cody, I will make you listen to 1 minute and 38 seconds more of my man.
All right, absolutely the last one. CMC is Chubb and Hunt melts together into one fucking super player when healthy. And we have a stacked fucking O-line. Oh, and one more thing pertaining to the coaching here. You may not love Matt Rule. I don't love Matt Rule. But he's offensive-minded, and if he sticks around, which he will, Baker won't have to deal with the head coach turnover here like he did there. Tepper comes from Pittsburgh, guys. Pittsburgh, where he watched them run things. They give their coaches several years to establish themselves. There's been like 6 coaches in that franchise.
I'm going to stop the call on that one.
So you didn't like it.
I'm
That's
stopping
when
the
you
call.
turn it off.
No, I hate that shit.
That's
It's like
funny.
my man was from Pittsburgh. Who gives a fuck?
Oh, dude,
I don't
listen.
care. Tepper ain't done nothing. I'm stopping it on this.
Look,
I don't care. I love when people are be like, "Oh, I was related." You might as well be like being like this. Is like I'm related to Johnny Depp, and you'd be like, "How? Your 78th cousin?" I don't want to hear it. Like, come on. I mean, Tepper had nothing to do with Pittsburgh's success. Zero.
And by the way, like we all talk about, oh, Baker had to deal with all this coaching and aptitude, and the coaches were so bad for him. Okay, what about Matt Rule? Hasn't given y'all any more credit about?
Oh, I hate Matt Rule. No, I have no. Don't worry, I'm with you. I'm with you.
100%.
I don't think Matt Rule
all
of a sudden is gonna make anybody.
One more
better.
thing, dude. I honestly, dude, everyone comes up with these PFF stats. And then I'm going to go to the other two.
You were dropping PFF stats
right,
about
that's
the
what I'm
offensive
saying.
line earlier.
So if we're going to use PFF stats, that caller just came in here and PFF said this and that and this and that. Okay, PFF also said that the Browns had a top 10 offensive line the past 4 years. And, dude, that's the bottom line. That's the truth of it. More importantly,
first of all, it's so ridiculous. It's a ridiculous stat because number one, you are going off of names that didn't exist in 2018 and 2019. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's our guest tonight actually gave us a lot of insight into that. Is that it was good 2 out of those 4 years, and 2 out of those 4 years they had success.
He also said going forward, he wanted to stay with. He would have been fine staying with Baker Mayfield.
And by the way, shout out to James Wilson.
I can't wait to see this. Is that you know what? I feel like we have to make if Deshaun Watson does not win a playoff game in the next 3 years, you have to wear like a dildo hat.
What? We're always making Cody wear something.
Like, what is it? Like, what?
Look, the bottom line is, shout out to James Wilson. He says all the big shots put Baker way outside the top 10. Average yard per game, passing yards, passer rating, touchdowns, QBR, completion percentage. All of them average. Are somewhere between
what's way outside the top 10
to 25th ish, and everyone wants to come in here and be like, "Oh, it's Baker having to overcome the talent." How about this? Let me put this to bed. Baker Mayfield had so much more talent around him than Cam Newton did the majority of his career.
I'm so tired.
It's not even fucking
That's
close.
bullshit. We had a top 5.
Everybody making this argument. I don't want to.
We had like a 1985 Bears defense.
Cody gets Steve Smith, D'Angelo Williams when he was still good.
I said for 2 years.
I don't want to hear that. That's some bullshit because look, the 2013 Panthers team in 2013, where we did make a playoff berth, we had a defense which I think was our best defense.
Yeah.
We had 62 sacks that year. Our defense, the 2 years we made it, actually from 2013, 14, 15 was a top 5 defense. And I would argue that
you notice how you say the defense first Everybody goes to defense.
No. What I'm saying is this: is you're trying to tell me that Sam or Baker Mayfield did it because he had a great team around him. I promise you this: is that the Panthers defense in 2013 and 2015 are like at one point in the year we were having the conversation. Right. Are they as good as the 85 Bears?
Mm-hmm.
Like we really were having, we were really having that conversation.
Right, but you know that I'm talking about the offense.
So no, well then Cam Newton was just a fuck. No, I am the biggest. I'm so gay for Cam. It's not even weird. You think you call me a bottom Baker chat? Fuck that. What I'm trying to tell you is this: that you cannot extract that. Our defense was so sick in 2013.
Yeah, but you're still talking right. But you're still talking about our defense.
Okay,
I'm talking about the offensive players that Baker played around versus the.
Well, what did he do in his rookie year? Tell me who he played with in his rookie year.
You said Cam had 2 good years with players, right?
Well, no. Cam had 2 years of Steve Smith as the number 1 wide receiver.
I mean, I know that he had, like you said, we had
11 and 12, baby.
He's had good players. Kelvin Benjamin played good the 1 year he played for him. Like Cam had some decent.
Benjamin. That proves my point. If you're bringing up Kelvin Benjamin,
I'm not saying he's a good player, but he had a good rookie year. Okay, so Cam. Now, hold on. Look, my thing is you're saying that Sam Darnold is not a significant, or excuse me, Baker Mayfield is not a significant upgrade from Sam Darnold. If Sam Darnold's 16 to 25 in those stats, how many teams are there in the NFL? 32, right? Excuse me, Baker Mayfield, 16 to 32 in those stats, 25 in those stats. Sam Darnold is in the 40s and 50s out of 32 teams, out of 32 starting quarterbacks. Sam Darnold's in the 40s and 50s in those stats. Baker Mayfield is a significant upgrade. In 25 positions is a significant.
In Cody's defense, his argument isn't that Sam Darnold is a better quarterback. His argument is that Matt Corral should be given an opportunity over top of Baker Mayfield.
Well, I think that he has.
Then you want to murder him too.
Potential.
Then you don't like anybody.
He has more talent.
You don't like anybody then.
No, that's not true. No, I'm tired of this middle of the road ass
goes out there and starts,
you all force yourself into liking every single year because we have no other option to do that. I'm just choosing to keep it real this year.
Thing right
because
there.
by the way, against my better judgment, last year I started to get excited about Sam Darnold.
I did too.
I'm like, all right, I haven't seen a lot of good stuff from Sam before, but you know what? We're going to be the ones that turn it around for Sam. And you know what? I went against my own better judgment in even doing that.
But
because deep down, I knew that Sam Darnold was trash.
Tell us how you feel.
I knew that. So what I'm saying this year is I'm not going to. You don't want to be scoring
twice.
He was wanting me to drink the water. Drink the water. No, I'm not drinking shit until I'm literally fucking dying of thirst. And even then, there better be some substance.
Cody, the only reason I felt like you got excited about Sam Darnold potentially, or you
wasn't Teddy.
No, because we had Joe Brady. And Cody, I think you thought Joe Brady could fix Sam Darnold.
Let's bring back Cody. Cody's real gay.
We don't have Joe Brady now, so your optimism is going to be smaller than it would be otherwise, right? So my real argument, my real question right now, forget the history.
We're watching Cody grow up in front of us.
Forget the history. Forget the circumstances. Right now, you have Baker Mayfield, Matt Corral, and Sam Darnold. Who do you want to start your team as a quarterback?
I want Matt Corral.
No.
God.
You have got to make an objective decision based on the actual facts that you can prove.
You're Matt Rule right now. You're Matt Fool.
Not a matter of I'm gonna go with the history because Baker Mayfield didn't have it. You've got to look at it from.
Okay, fine. You want me to give you the answer?
Yes.
I'm objective. Okay.
If you say Jimmy G, I'm gonna reach through that.
Sam Darnold.
Who gives me the best option? Who am I going to start if I'm being objective? Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold,
again. I swear
or Matt Corral. I'm starting Matt Corral, motherfucker.
You motherfucker!
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Oh my
Fuck,
god!
You cannot. You
Fuck
cannot.
these basic ass quarterbacks. Matt
Oh
Corral
my
is my
god!
motherfucking
All right,
boy.
let's go to
I'm
the next
dying
call.
on
We're going
this
next
hill.
call.
Y'all can
dick.
all die around me, bro.
We're going
Let's
next
go.
call.
What's good? It's Jeff,
At least he's
aka
consistent.
Nostalgiaholic, calling in just to say everyone has lost their goddamn mind. Like, no, Baker is not a world beater, and no, he is probably not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Okay.
But people forget that he was more than competent in leading a disastrous franchise, to the playoffs.
Preach.
His worst seasons are, like middle tier quarterback. His best seasons are pretty good. Like, most likely he comes in and throws 25, 30 touchdowns, 10, 12 picks. Like, he's not going to be terrible. And you can argue that the biggest issue is what his success and ultimately the success of the Carolina Panthers with him, like what that does long term. Does it push us towards mediocrity? Does it prevent Matt Corral from getting a shot? Well, I mean, what the fuck? If mediocrity prevents Matt Corral from getting a shot, he wasn't the answer anyways. So that part's kind of moot. I mean, it is going to suck if we win 9 games, but, I just hope that there's a better product out there. I hope Matt Rule does a better job. Don't think he necessarily will. I mean, long term, this Baker move to kind of bring everything back together, like, the concern is not that Baker's a terrible quarterback, that he's trash. The league has really lost its mind, and most people have really lost their mind talking about how bad Baker is. But the real issue is, have we just readjusted and moved that floor and that ceiling, to be
He's talking to you, bro.
5-6 to 8-9 win team, or a confident
My disciples
Baker
out here,
with
boy.
a good offensive line and a good defense. Like, are we actually putting something forward that
We
can
might
be
as well just
competitive
get
and
Taylor
win?
Heineke.
And we might be. Most likely we're not. But I'm just tired of listening to people talk about how Baker's the worst quarterback and trash and just another Sam Darnold. There's only one Sam Darnold, my friends, and we got him too. But Baker is, at least a competent quarterback.
All right, let's go to the
All right,
next.
I'm out.
Let's go to the next call.
Agreed, caller.
Oh, agreed. He just tried to attack you half the time.
Said no. He's a middle of the road quarterback. He's not terrible, but he's not some fucking world. That's literally everything that
Competent
I've
means
been
they get the
saying.
job done. Competent means you can get the job done.
Cody has not been that caller. If you think that was your supporter, you are not listening to yourself talk. 252.
Or maybe I wasn't listening to him.
Let me add an extra layer to this. Cody has been making the argument that Baker Mayfield is not anything because he's had exceptional talent around him, right? And he's only been able to make it to the playoffs once. And I know Cody hates this argument because he'll make the argument about defense, but Justin Herbert hasn't either. And he has had some of the best wide receiving cores you can ask for. He's had
the best.
Last year, maybe you can make an argument about their defense,
Best running back.
He's had some of the best defenses since he's been in the league as well, right? Like outside of last year, which was a bit more abysmal last year, but like normally you have that. Now, that same argument, if you copy and paste it over to Baker Mayfield, he's had years where his team didn't live up to the standard that it needed. You can make the argument about offensive line, sure, but can you make the argument about wide receiver core? He didn't have Odell Beckham his entire career, right?
If Justin Herbert wins less than 10 games this year, is he a basic bitch?
No. Do any of you think that there's
if they go 9-8 this year, he's not a basic bitch?
Do any of you think that Justin Herbert and Baker Mayfield are comparable players?
No, I think the slobbing though on Justin
Why not?
Herbert is a little.
Why are
too
they not
early.
comparable?
I think it's a little too premature. The
Why are they
slobbing
not
on
comparable?
Justin Herbert.
I haven't seen enough. I haven't studied enough.
Because Justin Herbert does everything better than Baker Mayfield.
And what's the results
maybe.
been? What have the results been?
I mean, listen.
Jeff George had a hell of an arm, bro.
I'm just
I
saying.
hear what you're saying, but you're talking about building an offense
No, my
for
question
the
is
early 2000s rather
I'm
than the
really
early
interested
2020s.
in this is that if Justin Herbert can't get above 10 wins in the next 2 years, will you call him a basic bench?
If you say
Or no, or will you make a bazillion reasons why he's just a part of the people failed him? That's what I'm saying is I'm not ready to make the Baker Mayfield is elite argument yet, but I'm not also ready to make the argument that Baker Mayfield makes the team worse argument either.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I'm not making that argument. CK brought up Justin Herbert, and I'm saying literally it's night and day difference between those two players.
Justin Herbert won. Wait, actually, Stat Daddy.
It's more than that. It's more than. And no, by the way,
Baker Mayfield have offensive rookie of the year? Justin Herbert.
For
what was
stats,
Justin Herbert's second year?
But
He's
no,
only
for
had
2 years in the NFL, no quarterback after 2 years
he
in
airs
the
it
NFL
out.
has as much passing yards or as many touchdowns as Justin Herbert through 2 years.
Can we make an argument here?
Guess
Because
whose record he broke?
Hold on.
Guess whose record he broke? Baker Mayfield.
But let's also keep in mind a couple of different factors here. If you want to start talking about and diving into that, Justin Herbert had 110 more attempts than Baker Mayfield had. So 110 more attempts. Baker Mayfield had a more yards per attempt than Justin Herbert did in his rookie
But
year.
you realize why, though, right? Because they're asking him to throw on third down, and the Chargers, they're willing to let Justin Herbert throw it anytime.
No. The
The
rookie year.
That is the truth. Like that's not the jokes. Okay, that's when you're throwing like that on third down.
Justin Herbert came in there, so you can't say they had confidence that he was going to throw on third down.
By the way, he threw for that many more. And so now, to be fair, if you want to get technical with Baker, he didn't start his first 2 games either, right? So there is that aspect of it. But he still.
Justin Herbert only did because they intentionally punctured my man's lung.
Right. He missed one game. He didn't start 1 game. Baker didn't start 2 games. So, I mean, there is that aspect of it that you can argue, but it's 110 attempts different. Now, let's go into the second year and look at that. Justin Herbert attempted 672 throws to Baker Mayfield's 534. So 140 more attempts.
If you say Chubb and them, he didn't have all them his second year. So let's go ahead and talk about that. But continue.
Right. So now the argument then becomes about the interceptions. Justin Herbert is certainly got a better interception touchdown ratio. Right. That's not something you can argue. At least between the first 2 years. We'll see what the third year holds because Baker Mayfield destroyed him on touchdown interception ratio between those 2 years. In his third year, with that 26-8, and so like in all reality, I mean, yes, does Justin Herbert make a
right? Will we pick him over Mayfield? Yes, we would. If we had an apples to apples pick right now, we would pick Herbert over Mayfield. Yes, that's not what no one's saying. But you are acting like Mayfield is a bum. And you have coronated with the holy oil Justin Herbert already.
Yeah, rightfully so. He's the man.
All right.
He's the fucking man, and I'm right.
Let's go to the next call.
Hey, guys. This is Daryl from Tobaccoville. Yes, Tony said Tobaccoville. I've called in 2 times before. And both times when I said Tobaccoville, Tony said, did he say Tobaccoville? So yes, there is a place called Tobaccoville.
Really?
But anyway, I just want to tell you guys, I appreciate the content you put out. I don't always get to listen to it, but I do get to listen throughout the week when I'm riding job to
Thank
job
God
in my
they
truck
have internet and
and
cell
stuff.
service.
So
in
really
Topeka.
enjoy it, appreciate it. Last time Tony called me a Cody Lashley disciple because I was pretty excited about Matt Corral, and I don't know if I'm a Cody Lashley disciple, but he does come with white people Jesus, and I am a God-fearing man, so maybe there is something there. But anyway, just wanted to get my take on
Wait, what did you say?
on the whole Baker Mayfield
he
thing.
called you a white people
Today, Scott
Jesus,
Fitter.
bro. You want to hear this
I
one more
said,
time?
I didn't hear what you said.
I lost the rest of the call after that.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna turn
you
my
have
volume up.
indoctrinated these people. It's not right. All right, here. You ready?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I think if it will play.
Hey guys, it's Tobacconville. But anyway, I just want to tell you guys that I appreciate the content you put out. I don't always get to listen to it live, but I do get to listen throughout the week when I'm riding from job to job in my truck and stuff. So really enjoy it and appreciate it. Last time Tony called me a Cody Lashley disciple because I was pretty excited about Matt Corral, and I don't know if I'm a Cody Lashley disciple, but he does come with white people Jesus, and I am a God-fearing man, so maybe there is something there. But anyway, just wanted to get my take on on the whole Baker Mayfield thing. Today, Scott Fitter was saying that Baker was brought in as competition for Sam, for Matt, and you look around the league and you don't see competition being brought in for Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson or Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes or Justin Herbert or any of those guys. So what they're telling me is what we already knew with Sam is they're not sure that he can be anything more than what we've seen. And he's not the franchise guy. And I think by not trading for Baker back before the draft when maybe there was more compensation involved, more money involved, they're basically saying we don't believe that Baker is the guy. Maybe he surprises us, but Baker is a one-year rental. I think to get enough wins or get a few more wins to maybe
I hope so,
save
man.
Matt Rule's job. And then I hope that next year, they let Baker go, they let Sam go, and they try to put Matt in with a year under his belt of just kind of taking in a system and getting used to the NFL and setting him up for success. I don't know if that's the case. That's what I hope. Worst case scenario, Baker comes out and just proves us all wrong, and then maybe we do have a franchise quarterback. But I don't believe that's the case, and I don't think they think it's the case either. I think this is strictly to get a few more wins.
What's C3 stand for?
Church of Crippled Christ, baby. Let's go. That's what we're here for. I'm out here converting people. I'm out here turning water into chair wine. You know what I'm saying?
Chair wine, by the way. Look, I'm from
rolling
North
on
Carolina.
water, baby. Let's go.
Oh, so here's the thing: is I get down with Sundrop. Like I'll drink some Sundrop. I went back and had a cheer wine because I was like, when I was a kid, I was like, cheer wine. It's not good.
Oh, you're crazy.
Cheer wine is not good.
Oh, cheer wine is so
It's not
good.
good.
It's so good, dude.
No,
and by
it's
the way,
not. It's like
It's Dr. Pepper without the spice is all it is.
No,
Dr. Pepper
it's cough syrup soda.
But that's why it's good. It's like Mountain Dew is so
there's nothing
like
good
Mountain
about
Dew.
it.
I don't really drink soda like that, but like Mountain Dew is so shitty, it's good. Like that's kind of the same thing with cheer wine.
And
Every time I go to Bojangles, that's my excuse to pick up a cheer
you need to
wine.
get tea. If you go to oh, by the way, how about this?
Great minds think alike.
You want to talk about Baker Mayfield in the press conference? My man did his research at least. Came in there and dropped in the bomb. He's like, I want to go eat at Bojangles. Like he's already fishing for commercial. The old Delome. And better not. Imagine if it's the Mayfield to Anderson commercial, that would be ridiculous. It's got to be Mayfield to Moore, throwing the Bowberry biscuit or whatever. Like Jake.
By the way, I agree with Karen. We don't tolerate cheer wine slander, bro. Baker Mayfield fine,
not good.
But not cheer wine,
good.
dude.
Cheer wine
not
is
cheer
not
wine,
good.
bro.
I'll fuck with some Sundrop if
you got to
want
drink it
to.
out of a can, Tony. That's what it is. Like, it's best out
I'll
of a cold
fuck with
can.
some Sundrop, but I will cheer wine. Not good. All right, next call.
What is up, C3? It's Anthony here. Calling in weekly. Big day today. Baker had a Zoom press conference, and well, I'm pretty surprised, honestly. I didn't think he would be as energetic as he was. It seemed like he's really happy to be here, and maybe it was Carolina the whole time, and Seattle was throwing smoke screens. I have no idea, but I'm optimistic this year, man. I don't care what anyone has to say. This is no Teddy Bridgewater. This is no Sam Darnold. Okay. This is a competent starting quarterback. I was in a Twitter space for like 3 hours with Tim Bailey and some Cleveland Browns coverage people, and man, we were going back and forth looking at these highlights. I mean, there is stuff to be excited about. We have a 27-year-old quarterback with a chip on his shoulder, a revamped team, not even just the O-line, the team as a whole. Brand new coaching staff with competent NFL coaches. I'm excited, man. Week 1, I got my tickets to the Browns game. I'm going with a homie.
Nice.
We're going to vibe it out. It's going to be great. But yeah, man, C3 Nation, especially Cody Lashney, try to be optimistic, my guy. Because if we win 9 games this year and we go to the playoffs, I even guarantee you will have fun and enjoy your podcast. So listen, that's all I got to say. Best Panther pod on the internet. You already know. C3, make sure to hit the like button.
Hey, you
subscribe.
heard that, man.
This is the therapy session, man. Every Tuesday, Friday.
That's it. Keep pounding, man.
Yes, sir.
Look, shout out to Anthony. And look, I'm going to have fun doing this no matter what. Because, look, either way, if I'm dead wrong, then everyone's going to come in here roasting me, but the Panthers are still going to be good, so it's a win-win for me. And if I'm right, then I want to see all your asses back here bowing down at my feet saying, hey, man, we should have been listening to this white Jesus-looking dude. Because he's kind of on to something.
He wants more.
What up, C3? It's Anthony. Just a little quick part 2. I do want to say, though, that I think everyone, it feels like everyone is just automatically putting this down as the third mistake, just like the other 2. And listen, y'all have to look at it this way, all right? This is a win-win situation for us.
Yep.
I guarantee when the trade grades come out, Cleveland will get an F because they had no leverage. We are either going to be good for finally some time after 5 seasons, we could be good, or Matt Rule's fired. So pick your poison, people. Pick your poison. If you want to be bad, then all right. But the odds of Matt Corral starting in the future are way lower. If we have a top 5 draft pick, we're taking a quarterback. There's no question about that.
Was that the end of it?
But if we're good, if Baker gets re-signed, you know what I'm going to say? We have a damn quarterback.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say. You guys keep on with your day and keep pounding.
All right.
Keep pounding.
Oh, and by the way, Thor Love and Thunder is actually underrated.
Oh, that's for you, Greg. That's for you, Greg.
It's a great thought. We can have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
All right. I think this might be G.
Check out my review.
I know G Baby's number. I feel like I know G Baby's number. I think this might be it. If I'm wrong.
Hey guys, this is Panther Pickle. I made a short video today, but I'm gonna go a little issue that I want to bring up. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Damn it.
Subscribe
Baker
to Panther
Mayfield and Sam Darnold. At one time, I said that they were like 2 bowls of shit, horse shit and cow shit. I may have been slightly off on that comment, and I'll tell you why. The more I watch, the more I hear, the more I evaluate Baker Mayfield. I view Baker Mayfield as an average NFL quarterback.
Almonds.
He's 27 years old, I think. Right now, he's not an elite quarterback. I don't know that I would call him a good quarterback, but he's an average quarterback. Somebody you can win with if the system's right and he's got good talent around him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sam Darnold, on the other hand, I view him as a poor quarterback. Somebody who needs to be carried by everybody else because he's not qualified to do his job himself. I'm sorry. Okay, to those who love and adore Sam Darnold, I really am. Sam's just not a quality quarterback. In the version of I view Sam Darnold as a third string quarterback. In some cases, maybe a second, but I think he fits better as a third string. Now, he in turn though I did like of him calling and trying to plan for them to get together and throw with receivers.
Of course he should.
I really did like that when I heard that.
He's a boss already.
I like the fact that he welcomed Baker Mayfield openly. But I'm going to go back to Baker Mayfield here. The fact of saying that he's a child in the room and he's not an adult and he's a cancer. Let's just be bluntly honest. That bullshit only started last year. Last year, an average quarterback for the great Browns tried to play through an ankle injury and a shoulder injury, and the team let him down.
Thank you, Panther Pickle. You're right. No, it's Brown's messaging. I want to ask you guys this. So if we were at an event and we're like, say we we go to the home game next year or the Browns at Panthers and we have a spread, right? We put out a spread. You're drinking beer, you're hanging out, you're ready to go to the game. You don't want to get where at least I don't want to go out there and get like a plate, like a full-on plate, like a lasagna, you know what I mean? Like something ridiculous. You want either a handheld food, like a sandwich, like that could be the toast of the town. Like you're about to go in the game. Maybe Deshaun Watson is the Jersey Mike sandwich. What on that buffet of finger food is Baker Mayfield? Is he the chicken wing? Is he the dip with chips? Is he?
He's the fucking pig in a blanket, dude.
Oh,
that's what Baker Mayfield.
Blanket straight, man. Hardiness, you get some protein. Dude. Oh no, that's a hardiness and protein. Oh, so all right, so what I'm trying to get to this is like, all right, so if you get the chips and dip, you got to carry it around. You know what I'm saying? You got to carry it around. It's messy.
Yeah.
Right. What is the food that Baker Mayfield is like? And Sam Darnold would be what? Sam Darnold would be like the leftover chicken wings.
Nah, dude. Sam.
And Kyle L said, "You're right." Kyle, I will give you a beer too. But you're right. If you want to hang out with me, you better be ready to throw. But what I'm saying is this: is like literally, if we had to, what is and I'm going to give you the next call to think about it. So think about it for the next call. We're going to get one more call in there. What is he? And maybe tell me what Sam Darnold was, what Teddy Bridgewater was. Yeah. Tell me the food. We'll go to the next
So is this
call.
hors d'oeuvres at finger foods?
It's whatever you think
I
it
think
is.
that's when I go to a pig or I'm going to a game. I don't want to sit down with a plate. Actually, maybe that's what Deshaun Watson is. You got to sit down with a plate and the napkins and worry about them jizzing on your face.
That we're comparing them to is relative to how good they are.
Would you rather have
player.
a chicken wing or?
Okay, so quality is what we're going for.
I think, or what you would pick.
Okay.
Like, what would you pick? Like, you go up there. You don't get it. You don't get what I'm trying to say at all.
How about this? Sam Darnold is like a big cold pretzel.
No, save it.
I've got mine.
And nobody has big cold pretzels at a pig picket. Nobody has that. That would be like.
Well, nobody has good. Nobody has bad food, and Sam Darnold's a bad quarterback.
They do. There's tons of bad food.
We're picking Baker Mayfield though, right? Not Sam Darnold.
Well,
all of
I want you to tell me.
All
maybe
of them.
you can use it as a reference point. You know what I'm saying? Like I would rather have the chicken wings versus the whatever. All right, next call.
Also, and the coach of the year last year, Savansky, should have benched Baker Mayfield in that process. Much like Ron Rivera should have benched Cam Newton when Cam Newton tried to play hurt, play hurt and ended up hurting the team. We didn't want to call out Cam Newton as being selfish like other fans did. So we shouldn't call Baker Mayfield out for being selfish for wanting to play through it. We have to blame these coaches for not being a quality coach and doing their damn job. But you have a great day, and I hope the Panthers at least have a winning season. Thank you.
All right, we're going to give it one more call because I want the chat to get in on this.
Okay.
Somebody said old guac.
I got
great
mine.
answer. Great answer. I want you to tell me. Yeah, who is Baker Mayfield on the pregame? We're going for the tailgate. You are, and you have a lot of angles you can come here. White chocolate espresso, my bastard son. I know you need some bread in your life probably at this point. I know you do. You could use like a sandwich or something. I feel like a ham sandwich, like just straight up slider. A slider would be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like a little baby burger on a Hawaiian bun. I don't think Cody's going to say that's Baker Mayfield, though. I promise you he's not going to say that. But I want you to tell me, who is Baker Mayfield on the tailgate line, and if it would help you to articulate it, tell us who Sam Darnold was on that line.
What's up, C3? Quick call for my boy Cody. We've been going back and forth on Twitter all day, but
they hate you.
He said the Browns had the second-ranked offensive line in 2018 or some shit like that.
Pro Football Focus. Don't get mad at me.
How does a 1-31 team in 2 years have a top O-line right when Baker comes in? That just doesn't make sense to me. And then the year after, the year with OBJ, where it was probably Baker's worst year, he threw like 20 interceptions, 22 touchdowns. The tackle play was horrendous, probably as bad as how you saw this year. I'm saying this is not a third roll of the dice. This is actually different. Based on the press conference, Fitter said we're not extending anyone until we see real play. That's the right thing to do. He learned from the Sam Darnold mistake. You don't pay an unproven player before they actually have to prove themselves. That just goes with anything. That's like giving someone a job before they've even shown what they can do to earn the job. It makes no sense. So that's what I love from that. Baker is a fiery dude. He wants to win. He's best when his back is against the wall. This is his back against the wall. Matt Rule, last season, potentially. I don't care what any Panthers fans say. If Tepper keeps Matt Rule around for more losing seasons, then, man, Tepper just doesn't give a fuck about the team at that point. And I don't want to believe that. So that's why I'm on the train. If we win 9 games or more, re-sign Baker, bring Rule back, because when the fuck have we had a winning season in the last 5 years? If it all falls apart, David Tepper better have the balls to tell the fans that he fucked up, or he's just going to lose the fan base and we're going to be officially the Jacksonville Carolina Panthers. And that's what I got to say. Keep pounding. Love the work you guys do every day. And yeah,
I disagree with one thing.
I mean, yeah, keep pounding, but like Anthony does this thing with me online. It's like, well, the Browns were 1-31 the 2 years before that. Okay, fine. But you're still not talking about the team that Baker was on.
9 games.
But
I think
how
if we
about
win
this?
9 games, I think he's fired.
Look,
I think that Baker Mayfield may save his job, but I think it would take 10.
Maybe.
I think they're all gone at 9. How about this? I want to ask this. As continuing, because the food thing is fun.
I got mine too. Yeah.
Somebody said this and I want to ask them: is the meat? Somebody put the meat that falls through the grill. I want to know: is that Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold? Somebody put uncooked lamb.
Ugh.
for Sam Darnold, which is bad. I mean, you should not eat uncooked lamb. And I like this. Why Big Jordan has been sticking to his guns. He's one of you and him. I won't say disciple because he's been on this just as hard as you. So he's like
YBJ. That's my brother in arms. How about that?
He said something.
He's on the hill with me. Where
did it go? I can't find it. He said something like the spoon you drop. I can't find it. The spoon you drop on the ground.
Baker is the spoon you dropped on the concrete and accidentally stepped on.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
Hey, you don't know what?
Greg, who is he on the buffet line?
Well, let's see. I would describe Baker Mayfield as like smoked salmon on like little crostinis, and then I would describe
that's kind of elegant.
Sam Darnold. Yeah, I would describe Sam Darnold's fish sticks.
Okay.
Yeah. Or popcorn. Not.
You know what I think Sam Darnold is? I think Sam Darnold is those little spiral rolls. Like they're like little sandwiches, but they're like basically a tortilla sandwich that they've cut up into the spirals. Is like you always you get a little. It's got some heft to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got good flavor. It's got a good bite to it. It's gonna help soak it up. It's got something to it, but it's like I'm not gonna go home and be like, do you remember the pinwheels at this party? The pinwheels were just dominating. He's a pinwheel.
So,
actually, we need to make him a baked good. If he is not a baked good, then we're all bitches.
I got.
He's got to be a baked good. Oh, is he a beignet? Is a beignet overrated?
He's definitely no. He's not. Beignets are way too good to be Baker Mayfield.
They're overrated, bro.
No, don't even fucking say that shit.
They are
Beignets
overrated.
Are way too good.
They are overrated.
To be Baker Mayfield. How about this? Do y'all know what tripe is?
Yes.
It's stuffed sheep's stomach. Okay, that's Sam Darnold.
Oh, okay.
That's Sam Darnold because it's just like you even hear it and you're like, ugh. Okay.
Or like a
Baker
blood sausage.
Mayfield,
It's kind of like a
and
blood sausage.
No, listen. Yeah, so y'all, some of y'all are a little bit older than me, so you're gonna have to help me out here. You know the movie Edward Scissorhands?
Oh yeah.
And when all the women are coming over to see him, and they bring over this Jello mold shit with all this like stuff in it, like it's like ambrosia or something. Dude, it looks like something that just old women make, and no one likes that shit. But
Is it with a lot of Cool Whip?
palatable.
My mom makes ambrosia. I don't like it. I just can't.
Baker he's like that. He's edible.
Ambrosia?
But why the fuck would you want to
That's
eat
good.
that,
It's a good
dude?
one.
Baker's hummus. Roasted red pepper hummus. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but
which I
even
like
still,
that.
hummus is
Always a
good
good go-to. Not something you can make a full meal out of.
Good,
but
hearty,
always
and
a
healthy. Good for your heart.
JD said Sam is chitlins.
No, we gotta go. Well, yeah, we gotta go. We have to make Baker a good. We really have to make him a baked good. Like he needs to be like between a beignet. First of all, beignets are way overrated. They are just
You've
fried
never had
bread
a good beignet.
I've been to the beignet places, bro. It's just fried bread with a shit ton of powdered sugar on it.
Yeah, it's a funnel cake, basically.
Yeah. And you got to stand in line for 8 hours for that bitch.
You have to have the right kind of coffee to go with them. If you had some homemade beignets with a nice
what is it that they like?
Dude,
some people like that. It's the fake coffee. It's called
what's that shit called?
Chocolate.
It's like
it's not real coffee.
Yeah, it's from a bark or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like
you get fucking fooled into it. All right, let's go to the next call.
Hey, do you know what a quiche is?
Dude.
Hey, what's up, man? It's your boy Cookie Monster. All right, so
Baker Mayfield.
I myself, I'm a fan of this trade.
This is great.
I wasn't a fan of obviously of how Sam Darnold played last year, but at the same time, Sam Darnold, you got to be able to have somebody that has a little bit of charisma, a spark to be able to have people respond to you playing professional sports. And I think Baker definitely has that little bit of chip, as everybody's been talking about, a little bit of that moxie on him. Obviously, our line and everything has been readjusted. our offensive. In my opinion, I think our wide receivers and everything are more talented than what the Browns had, because Jarvis Landry is one of the slowest receivers, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the league. I think Robbie Anderson will have a better bounce back as far as with Baker behind quarterback. And I think with that little bit of that chip, I think the players and everything will in general respond better to that. We all saw Robbie Anderson tirade, last year, where he was sitting there just chirping at him and stuff like that. And even Sam in that particular moment, he didn't have a damn thing to say. He had absolutely no energy to it, nothing. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll see. Worst case scenario, I'm also a fan of Matt Corral, so I think it'll be an interesting situation, But of course, as everybody keep pounding, and hopefully I see you.
Man, thank you so much for the contribution. Let's go to the next call.
Hey, man, you know who the fuck this is, man.
Oh, it's G.
Goddamn, bro. I can't believe this fucking bullshit I'm listening to. So you guys are going to try and tell me that Baker's going to come in here with what? We have 15 days, 16 days. What do we have till training camp?
What?
2 weeks? So he's going to learn this fucking playbook, Ben McAdoo's playbook, in 2 weeks, right? He's going to learn this fucking playbook. You know what I want to hear from fucking Baker Mayfield? When's the last time you threw a fucking football, bruh? When's the last time you picked up some fucking weights, bruh? I mean, hell, when's the last time you ran, motherfucker? You're coming off a fucking torn labrum, bruh. So he's got 2 weeks prepared. He hits training camp, right? And then what? We have a week and a half till our first preseason game. Baker Mayfield, coming off a torn labrum, is gonna come in here and do all this shit and beat out fucking Pee Wee and fucking Sam Darnold. It ain't happening, man.
He threw a better stats on torn labrum than Darnold did last year.
I don't see Baker Mayfield coming in here and beating Sam Darnold out for the starting job, bro. With this, as much time as we have till training camp and preseason, I don't see it, man. The Panthers are always a fucking dollar short, man. They're always late to the fucking party, man. Baker Mayfield should have been signed months ago, bro. But they want to bring this motherfucking man in with 3 weeks till training camp? It don't make sense to me, man. This don't make fucking sense.
Why?
My blood pressure's high, man. Like, these motherfuckers are ruining this organization. CK, how fucking dare you, bro? Like, you piss me the fuck off. Don't you ever fucking compare Cam Newton to fucking Baker fucking Mayfield. What the fuck is wrong with you, bruh? You ain't getting enough ass at home, bruh? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you ever bring that blasphemous bullshit to the fucking panel again, CK. I'm disappointed in you, bruh. Greg, I'm dead. Tony, don't worry, motherfucker. You coming, bruh. I can't believe you falling for this shit again, Tony. Come on, bruh. You guys, don't. I'm gonna let you guys get your hearts broken.
Look, I know.
Y'all
tell them, G. I'm on your side, G.
Look, can I ask a question? If he's here before training camp and he has the preseason, how much time do you need before that to be comfortable with the system? If he has 3 weeks to study the playbook before he goes to training camp, like, how much time is comfortable? Is 3 weeks working 7 days a week, studying for 8 hours a day the playbook not enough to know the playbook? Because I feel like it is.
I want to respond to that, but number one, G Baby, if you don't know him and you listen to the calls without context, people get upset. People get triggered. They get triggered by G Baby. But G Baby, a real listener of the show.
Yeah.
Right. So I really want to defend him on that. Like, I ain't trying to, like, I know people get upset with him because he comes in here flying, he throws the bullets. But I appreciate the passion, number one. I appreciate my man has been listening to this show for a long time and calling in. So he do some real stuff and he gives us some material to talk about. Number three, I would say this is G Baby does do this. Is like he focuses his target on a different person each part of the season. It might not be each week, but like this week, he can be like, Tony, I hate you. Next week, I'll be like, Tony, I love you. Come with this, I hate you next. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no, look, I don't get triggered by G Baby. I love it. Love the passion. But I will tell you this, man. He knows me already. He knows me. He knows me. I'm already getting fired up about it. But I'm not comparing him to Cam Newton as an apples to apples. I'm not comparing him to a. But how about this? When was the last time this fucking show had 70 calls? 200, like, finally, give us some life. And it wasn't Matt Rule that gave us life. Oh, and the one other thing I want to say about this is I've been to training camp. I've been several years. I go and watch a couple practices, this and that. These bitches don't practice as much as you think.
Right.
They truly don't. So like this idea, like, oh, I can't understand it. Like, oh, well, fuck that. No, fuck that. Like, I watch these people when they go to training camp. If you're on the bubble and you're a wide receiver, you run that route twice. The whole training camp, they run that one route twice. Oh, we installed it. And then tomorrow we're going to run the next route twice. It is not this. They practice 2 hours a day, 4 or 5 days a week for 3 weeks. That's it. It is not as much as you think. It is not like when I think of the word practice, I think of doing something over and over and over and over and over. No, these bitches are like, oh, got it. It's not the way y'all think. And that's why I am for cutting Sam Darnold right now, because there's not enough reps in practice for Matt Corral.
But
there just simply isn't.
Then you have to eat the $19 million. Why wouldn't you just cut PJ Walker?
Eat it. No, we're going to cut both of them.
Yeah. I would cut PJ and try to trade Sam. I would keep Sam to try to trade him. Somebody's going to get injured, and they're going to be desperate.
Let him ball out in the preseason as a against second stringers, and then maybe you have some ability to get him out for like a 5th round pick.
Cody, the answer is too many.
Yeah.
Hey, can I just start a rumor?
Uh-oh.
I think they're related, dude. I think Matt Rule is Baker Mayfield's father, lost at birth. That's kind of what I think. They kind of have the same demeanor. They kind of talk the same. They kind of say the same things. They kind of do the same things. The resemblance is uncanny. I'm just saying.
Has Baker Mayfield ever been a short order cook?
It looks like he could be one.
All right, let's go to the next call.
I mean, let's not be a bunch of fools here, boys.
Oh,
y'all are fucking banking on one fucking season.
No,
y'all are putting all your eggs into one fucking season. One season. This is Baker's 5th motherfucking season, bro.
The one coming up. Yeah,
so you're putting all this emphasis into one goddamn season?
You mean 5?
What about the other fucking games, man? What about the other fucking seasons, man? You fucking Panther fans are making me fucking sick, man. Y'all a bunch of bitches.
You up. I'm cutting you off. $5 million. That's it, G, baby. That's all the emphasis we're putting in. $5 million. Next call.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You know what it is.
My bastard son.
This is white chocolate espresso.
Oh, shit.
I got a question for y'all. I asked this on the Friday free for all. I said, tell me something great about Baker Mayfield that has nothing to do with Sam Darnold. I got silence for like 10 seconds until someone said cheap. I need y'all to do that same thing for me.
Heisman Trophy.
Tell me something great
Heisman
about Baker Mayfield that you can't say Sam Darnold.
Heisman Trophy.
Or Cam Newton.
Heisman.
But can't say Sam Darnold or Cam Newton? That changes it up.
No, just said
Espresso.
Heisman Trophy.
And always Panther fans.
Oh, I mean, that's easy.
Remember.
Heisman Trophy and touchdowns. I'll give you 2.
Playoff wins.
Heisman, 4 words. Heisman Trophy and touchdowns.
Also, charisma, a leadership type of personality. Whether it translates into leadership is still a question mark. And ultimately, he's got the talent to do quarterbacking in this league.
Yeah. So. Look, playoff win, a winning record, rookie of the year, broken
Cody.
rookie. Like I'm telling you, he has so many more things than Sam Darnold. It's insane.
You said Sam Darnold.
Tell you what,
Don't say his name.
Oh, don't say his name. Sorry. He has so
Just
many
say
more.
Rookie of the Year.
You can
Heisman
pick,
Trophy, Rookie of the Year, touchdowns.
You can pick any stat and he's better.
Cody's
any stat
daddy.
you want. Any stat. Just pick a stat and he's better. Like,
hey, I mean, literally, you all failed to mention the one thing that Baker is clearly better at all of those guys in.
Acting.
He's a way better actor, dude.
What?
He's such a better actor. He's a better actor than Sam by a mile. And, bro, we're really not putting enough emphasis on how incredible the commercials are going to be, y'all. They're going to be so lit.
No, they
Telling
won't.
you
They won't
Progressive
give him a
from
ton
Bank
of
of America
commercials in 1
Stadium.
year.
Oh,
They
they
can
will.
give him a ton of commercials
I
in 1
think
year. They'll give him a couple.
I think Bojangles is salivating right now.
They already said they're not
Yeah,
doing
they already
the
put it out.
moving commercial, which I think Progressive is really missing out on.
Oh gosh, yeah. Think about.
I think
like
they
how,
should do moving insurance, rental insurance.
Well, no. Let's
Straight
think
up.
about a moving company, or let's think about let's
But
workshop some ideas.
Progressive themselves have said
Are not. Yeah,
gonna
they're not
do
doing
that,
it.
yeah.
But
2 guys in a truck.
there's like think about.
Dude,
it
I
from
know
that
the guy that
perspective.
owns the one here in town.
Really?
He's like a fucking multimillionaire.
Right.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
And I call him 2 guys in a cup.
Like there needs to be some sort of a product that makes a play on the fact of like Baker Mayfield. Have you recently found your partner courting another person?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
are
need
we
a new
going to
place to
talk
live.
about
It's on an
Zach
episode
Wilson?
of Cheaters.
We
Contact
have to
your local
talk
real
about
estate
Zach
agent.
Wilson at some point.
do it.
Zach
the
Wilson.
Cougar lover?
No, fuck that. It's about beating the system. Zach Wilson, his girl went and hooked up with his friends, which is fine. Like, I mean, you break up, fine. People break up and do this. But somebody tried to drop homie hopping on her. And then she goes, oh, well, he fucked his mom's best friend and he turned into a superstar. Like, she helped his brand so much. Somebody, I had the best tweet that was like, all of a sudden, they said, Zach Wilson, top 10 quarterback for me, dude. Top 10. All right. The number is 252-228-5098. Let's go to the next call. You guys are lit tonight.
Yeah, it's me, T-Dogs, and man,
Dog?
I don't see why some of these fans are so fucking excited for this fucking bum. Him and Sam Donald was in the same fucking draft class. Okay, Lamar Jackson was the last pick of the first round in that draft class, and he has the MVP. Baker Mayfield is the third quarterback in NFL history to be the first round draft pick and be traded before his rookie contract is up. The other two are Jeff Lloyd and DeMarcus Russell. Everybody remember DeMarcus Russell. So I'm trying to see, what are y'all so excited about? Cam Newton never got traded on his rookie contract.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't get it, man. I mean, this nigga had Odell Beckham, Jarvis Landry. I mean, a top 5 offensive line. Cam Newton never had a number 1 receiver. Even when Cam Newton came in, Steve Smith was on the decline. Even though Steve Smith was still balling, we should have kept him. Could have probably scored a damn touchdown in the Super Bowl if he had Steve Smith. That's another goddamn story. But shit, Cam Newton never had a top 5 offensive line. You know, we do have a top 5 offensive line. Shit, 2 Pro Bowl running backs and Kareem Hunt and goddamn the motherfucker from Georgia. Shit. Nick Chubb and got the Kareem Hunt. Had both of them. Then had 2 Pro Bowl tight ends. Got them Austin Hooper and motherfucking Njoku or whatever. I mean, what the fuck else does he fucking need? He had every fucking thing. So now, just think about this. The Browns drafted goddamn Baker Mayfield with the number 1 draft pick. Built a team around him and seeing that he wasn't it, went and gave up future assets to go get Deshaun Watson. So all the Browns needed was a quarterback. That's all they really needed.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why everybody's so excited for Baker Mayfield. What has he done in the league? One playoff year. Then the year he went to the playoffs, he didn't do shit. The Browns, I don't know if they led the league in rushing, but they rushed for 2,400 rushing yards. Over 2,000 yards rushing that year they went to the playoffs. You know, I mean, I just don't get it, man. The only one excited for goddamn Baker Mayfield being in goddamn Carolina is the delusional fan.
He has a second call, that's C-Dog, and don't worry, he's about to tell you what's free. Like and subscribe.
Hey, this is me, T-Dog again. I got cut off. I must have been going too long. But the only one happy about Baker Mayfield being in goddamn Carolina is goddamn Skip Bayless and the delusional goddamn Panther fans we have. Nobody else is excited for us having him. Or Dan Orlovsky. Who the fuck is Dan Orlovsky? He was a fucking bum in the NFL. If I'm not mistaken, Dan Orlovsky got a safety by running out there back in the damn end zone. What the fuck? I give a fuck about his fucking opinion about football. He was a fucking bum. I'm tired of fucking bum ass football players getting goddamn jobs on TV and ESPN or anywhere. If you want no goddamn top notch goddamn football player, then you don't goddamn TV talking football period. He was a fucking bum. Word up. But with that being said, man, Baker Mayfield is a fucking bum. Sam Donald is a fucking bum. They're both the fucking same. So pipe the fuck down.
I just don't get how people say this. Just with stats, I just don't understand. But there's a lot that goes into it, I guess.
Well, there's an argument of speculation that we've dealt with for such a long, like with pretty much everything, right? We speculated.
Real quick, man, goddamn, that last Friday, free for all, that shit was fucking lit. Even though I didn't get to get in on that shit. Shout out to motherfucking G baby for always bringing the motherfucking heat. I always got to keep it a motherfucking 100 on the motherfucking goddamn free for all. I'm telling you what pisses me off and what really grinds my gears, like Peter on
a family
Family
Guy.
Family Guy. Man, when you come in this motherfucking goddamn podcast, you make sure you bite your goddamn feet off on the motherfucking like button and make sure you motherfucking subscribe.
Tell him, see.
It's fucking free. You know what I'm saying? Man, goddamn, man. That shit be pissing me the fuck off.
Tell him,
I
see.
always say this shit, man. Hit the fucking like button now. Goddamn subscribe, man. Everybody have a great goddamn night.
Thank you, C-Dog.
C-Dog out.
Thank you, C-Dog.
Appreciate you, dog.
So, we've been doing this podcast we're going into our 10th full season. So we've done 9 full seasons. Never missed a week. Every now and then we've had to move it from like a Tuesday or Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? But never missed a week. We have the Friday free for all now. We have the post game show. We have this great community, and look, and I understand a lot. And some people send us messages about people's vulgarity, like the way they, they talk. The G baby being the focal point of a lot of those comments. But I tell you this, you know what they do? They call in, they subscribe, they share. I promise you this: is C-Dog
and they shame other people into doing it.
He thought he hit the thumbs up tonight.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if you want, and so here is all I would say is ultimately, I understand sometimes people calling for a little cleaner conversation for some people. I understand that, especially when we get little virgin Noah's ears up in this mug. But these mugs smash the thumbs up button. They subscribe. They call into the show. They part of the family. They're part of the family, man. Part of the family. Thank you, C-Dog, man. Always keeps it real. Let's go to the next call.
Hey, guys. Chuck from Elizabeth City, a.k.a. Carolina Sports Guy. I got 2 things in mind. First of all, I want to switch the narrative a bit. Everybody's talking about Baker coming in. Is Darnold going to be a starter? We got Matt Corral, 3rd string. What's going on? P.J. Walker finally leaving town. One thing I want to look at, guys, is with some of these assistant coaches we brought in with NFL experience, how much better is Matt Rule going to be? So Matt Rule is on the clock. He's really got to prove his worth as a head coach. And that's really where we need to look for it, because if he doesn't do anything worth a damn, he's out the door. And it's another lame duck season, no matter how well anybody performs.
Yep.
And then you got these two quarterbacks for 1 year. And we're setting ourselves back. So, Matt Rule comes in, and it's kind of like his press conference. Everybody fell in love. We thought he was going to do great wonders and shit cucumbers. But he did. Now, number two, you remember his Baker Mayfield commercials where he's in Cleveland Browns Stadium and locks the door and all that like he's home? We need to do a Baker Mayfield like he's in the training facility in South Carolina, and he can't close on the house.
Of fucking
and he's wondering what's up with the contractors. Wouldn't that be something funny? But we won't see that. David Tepper won't allow it.
Dude, I don't think there's a possible world in a real conversation that Sam Darnold could beat out Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I don't think Sam Darnold.
I think it's like a pussy versus a wussy versus a dick. You know what I mean? Like, it's just sorry. Like, I know you guys thought he looked good in a football jersey, Sam Darnold, but it turns out he didn't even know he was a quarterback when he was in high school. He's like, oh, I thought it was a linebacker. Like, it's so dumb. And I don't want to say dumb. I think Jimmy Clausen was dumb.
Well, you already said dumb.
All right. Next call.
Hey, I'm calling in from Cleveland, lifelong Clevelander, lifelong Cleveland fan. Just to say a couple words about Baker Mayfield. Hey, you guys don't really got much. I mean, Baker was my favorite player as a rookie. Then he turned into a bum. I mean, you guys going to say coaching. You guys going to say he had so many coaches, so many offensive coordinators, but he's an interception king. And he throws the most untimely interceptions at the most wrong times to lose the game for us. He's lost several games for us.
Yeah.
And the city of Cleveland is better off without Baker Mayfield. We don't care if Deshaun Watson gets 10, 11 game suspension. We're better off without Baker because we was going nowhere with Baker. The coaching staff didn't want him. The defense didn't want him. He had a couple offensive linemen that was just his buddies, but they didn't even step up for him. No Baker Mayfield. He's a journeyman at this point, and that's the best he'll be right about now.
I mean, what you applauding for? That man just said everything against what y'all are hoping
I'm
for Baker
applauding
Mayfield.
for a real call. Look, a Browns fan calling in, giving his opinion.
Hey,
you know
listen.
what I'm saying? Like, I don't need everybody. This ain't an echo chamber.
Hey, listen. Here's the thing, and I respect that mindset. I really do. My mindset on this, though, is if I'm a Browns fan, I'm hoping for that exact same thing too. Like, I am really hoping that he doesn't work out for the Carolina Panthers, because if he does, and we just traded 3 first-round picks, and we could have had a quarterback in Baker Mayfield, if he's able to do something, and let's just assume Deshaun Watson comes out and plays well, right? Let's assume he's able to come out after over a year of not playing football, in the midst of his mind being somewhere else, having to worry about all this stuff going on. There's plenty of people out there who are hoping Baker Mayfield, as Browns fans, does not work out. Just like people that were Jets fans were hoping the same thing about Sam Darnold.
Or I bet you there's a lot of Browns fans who are following him,
right?
Who hope he works out. But I will say this is that, you know what, the onus of responsibility, when you go to court, right? The prosecution has to prove you just have to prove as the defense that there's a reasonable doubt. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see this. I'm very interested in Deshaun Watson's career.
I am too. Well, I mean,
because here's the thing: it's already difficult to be a talented, awesome player, right? Who has all the shit. We saw it with Cam Newton. Like, you have the traits to be the dog in the league. You are the shit, but sometimes the shit don't go your way. And so I will be interested and to see how Deshaun Watson's career just unfolds. And I'm not trying to say he's a bad player. I'm not trying to say he's a worse player than, but imagine if he ultimately does not take them beyond one win in the playoffs. That would be like, it would just be like this. No, I'm just curious to see. And our guest said this: the standard is a Lombardi. Like anything less,
for the price you pay for a guy like that, if you do not win a Super Bowl, you've lost everything. You've lost this entire offseason.
Agreed.
You've set your I know you may be a better franchise with Watson. You may very well, and Watson may come in here, right? But if you do not win a Super Bowl, it has been the biggest waste of your resources and your future as a franchise than anything else.
What if it's not even a waste?
Well, but
what if
that's
he
not
just
fair
gets hurt?
either.
What if
is?
it's not? We don't even have to think of it as a waste, as just this, is that you can tell me that this bet is a better bet and you're going to bet 7 times more money, and then guess what? You still lose. Like, there is a possibility, and I promise you, like, I am ready to see this. Is we have only had 3 years of Deshaun Watson on tape, and those 3 years have been great.
Yeah.
Right. But then we've had an entire year off, I mean, anything could happen. Look, for Cam Newton, it was shoulder injuries. That's what it was. At the end of the day, you can blame the offensive line. You can blame any of this. No, actually, we could blame Kelvin Benjamin in that one play. It was a shoulder injury that ultimately derailed his career.
Right.
It just, that one injury, if it would not have happened, it's like Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson could have been the greatest running back in the history of the fucking world. He was incredible. I understand Deshaun Watson's potential. I will be interested to see if he fulfills it.
Sure. But I want to say this to the call, though. What that guy said about Baker Mayfield losing them many games.
Yeah.
This is the point that I'm trying to hammer home to you guys. In the fourth quarter, he is not the guy that you want with the game on the line. So what you're
How was Sam Darnold in the third quarter?
Hold on, I'm not talking about Sam. What you're essentially hoping is that Baker Mayfield, that this offense and Baker, that they're going to be able to get out to big-time leads in the first and second quarter, and you're going to have to hope that the defense can do the rest for the second half of the football game. Because in those big moments, when you need a quarterback to step up, Baker Mayfield crumbles all the time. And I've heard this from numerous Browns fans, including that guy who just called in. So,
but you've also heard it from numerous Browns fans the other way too on this show tonight and other times. So I mean, it's divided
like
about
my
the
man
fans. Just like
did we trade for an MVP? No.
Look,
I don't trade for an MVP. We traded for an upgrade.
Right.
We traded a 5th round pick for an upgrade. Right.
And
Cody, what we traded for.
You said that if Deshaun Watson doesn't win a touchdown, and we say that we say it's a bust if he doesn't, that's not fair. How can you say that's not fair with one, what they spent on him, and two, the team he's going to, which you're touting that Baker Mayfield had an elite team.
Best. Oh
okay?
My God.
And then you're going to say the only way Baker Mayfield can win you over is 12 wins, but it's not fair to say Deshaun Watson has to win a Super Bowl.
No, listen. Obviously, they did this with winning a Super Bowl in mind. But considering how bad the Browns have been the last few years, if the next 2 or 3 years, if the next 2 or 3
Baker
years,
has to win
if
12
the Browns
games.
put together seasons like the Buffalo Bills have just had, dude, it's going to be worth it for that entire fan base. It's going to be a shot in the arm. All the ticket sales are going up.
I don't think so.
Everyone considers the Bills to be a top
listen
team
to the
in the
words
NFL.
coming out of your own
And if the Bills
mouth
don't ever
sometimes.
win a Super Bowl, is Josh Allen a bust?
No.
Okay.
No.
But I don't know. I mean, the Bills didn't.
But
put
Josh
everything in
Allen
like
also
they did with
wasn't.
Deshaun
Look,
Watson.
I think this is what I would say to you is that they didn't trade 7,000 first round picks
and give
and
up
whatever
$260
for
million.
Josh Allen.
Right. You're right.
They didn't. So you know what? It's like using Josh Allen is an anomaly. Josh Allen is an anomaly from a small school with the traits that work. Because guess who the person before Josh Allen was? It was Carson Wentz. That was the same exact person. They both came from North Dakota State.
6'5",
Like it was just like it's
big
just y'all
arm.
draft. Look, Cody is just a draft nerd, bro. He sees these dudes in underwear at the combine, and he gets horny for them. Let's go to the
By
next
the way,
call.
you didn't think
Hey,
Joe
I'm calling
Burrow
in
was
from
picked coming
Cleveland,
out.
lifelong.
I was right about him.
Who?
Joe Burrow. You didn't think Joe Burrow
Were you
was
right
good
about?
until Joe Burrow came out
Were you
and
right
fucking
about? I want to
torched
talk
everything.
about who the people you won't write about. There are some people you won't write about. I'm
Well,
sure.
Trevor Lawrence.
Next call. Oh,
Where's Trevor
oh my
Lawrence?
goodness gracious!
Trevor's going to be a top 5 quarterback.
Hold on. But we'll see. But you got to just like Josh.
You
Allen.
got to show it to me. Show it to me,
Allen.
By the
Trevor.
way,
And Josh
by the
Allen
way-
took 3 years.
No, but
Josh
by
Allen
the way,
took 3 years.
but that's not okay. Josh Allen got better every year, whereas
That's fine.
Baker has
That's
been
fine.
up and then down.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm first of all, I'm not trying to say Baker Mayfield is the top 5 quarterback in the league. That's again what you try to make us compare him to. You try to say we either have to have the number 1 quarterback or no quarterback.
What you're trying to say? I'm saying that Baker.
No,
is
you know what?
dog
If
shit
Trevor
trash.
Lawrence is not a top 10 quarterback next year, then he's a bust.
He'll be better.
And if he's not a top 5 in year 3, he's a triple bust. Let's go to the next call.
Playoff game. No, Matt Corral is better. I'm a leader. That's what you sound like. This is all you sound like. You sound like that, what was it, Billy Madison movie about shampoo and conditioner.
Ooh, shampoo is better. Conditioner is better. Ooh. Well, you know what? I wish my dad was rich as a motherfucking bitch. Next call.
Hey guys, it's the growl that makes them howl, aka Joey the Blind Panther. I wanted to piggyback off of something that I heard. I forgot who said it, but I wonder if Baker Mayfield was brought in so that Matt Corral can actually learn behind somebody who's actually done shit in the league. Not that Baker Mayfield isn't a piss baby, and not that Baker Mayfield.
Caveat it,
we
bro.
don't
Just
know.
come with it.
We don't know because we never had him in the locker room. We only know what we've heard about him from the outside, and we only know what Browns people have been saying. But then again, Brett Favre's like that to Aaron Rodgers. I'm not saying Mayfield is Brett Favre. I'm just saying that you need somebody for your 3rd round rookie to learn behind who's actually done shit in the league.
It doesn't matter, bro.
So maybe that's part of what it is. I hope. But
if Matt Rule does not,
part of it is because we're trying to win. We're tired of this mediocre bullshit, and we might be for one more year. And, well, whatever. What's one more fucking year? We've already done it so long. Like, God, it'll just be one more beer that we pound when we finally do win the Super Bowl. One more car that gets jumped on downtown. We'll just be that much happier when we actually do shit. I just want to be optimistic because it's fucking July. I want to watch football. I want to watch the Panthers.
Right.
So by this time of year, we're thirstier for football than the Panthers have ever been for a quarterback. So I'm just hoping it would work. Maybe it is part of a plan to actually get someone Matt Corral can learn from. Anyway, guys, I don't want to get cut off because I stop talking when I want to. Anyway, guys.
Thank you. The growl that makes them howl. And this is why I continue to go back to this, is that while Cody has the biggest disdain for this Baker Mayfield move, I actually think it's the best thing that could happen for Matt Corral's career in Carolina. And I truly believe this. Sam Darnold comes in and look, I did not want to trade for Baker Mayfield. I have been consistent on this. But the only reason I did not want to trade for him is the assets that we could potentially give up. And we didn't give up anything. We didn't even give up money. We gave up absolutely shit. What I was fearful was that we would trade what we did for Sam Darnold and then prolong and then end up getting a new coach, new quarterback. Baker Mayfield first has to save Matt Rule's job. If he saves Matt Rule's job, there is a potential he saves Matt Corral's career in Carolina. Not his career entirely. That's not what I'm saying. Is that, but if everybody goes, if everybody gets fired, Matt Corral will be a casualty of war in Carolina. And so if you truly believe Matt Corral is the future, you should be pulling for Baker Mayfield to be better than average, but not the greatest thing ever. And then you're just a dick. That's it. All right. Oh, we got one last call. It's only 17 seconds. So let's see.
Oh, and I forgot to tell y'all.
Oh, you got one more growl in.
I came up with a new name for Cody. Cody,
White Jesus.
you are the crippled prophet.
The crippled prophet.
Wow, wow, wow.
Hear thee, hear thee.
People are worshiping at the altar of your chair.
As they should. Why didn't they do it sooner? All I've done on here for 4 years is just spit straight facts. And now everybody's jumping on to, hey, this salty ass cripple knows some shit about some shit. And yeah, dude, I do. And the prophet is telling you that Baker Mayfield is a basic ass bitch, and that's all who he's ever going to be. The Panthers traded for a quarterback that's maybe 2 wins better. Your boy's out here, bro.
Cody, all your followers and your disciples. Look, we were supposed to rank the position groups. Don't worry, we're not tonight. This podcast is going on 4 hours. Will you meet with me either tomorrow or Thursday? And we will do a short live show and rank our position groups, you and I.
Oh, I'm down. As long as we put Baker
call your
Mayfield in the
disciples.
title.
But this is going on 4 hours, and y'all bitches are awesome. Y'all bitches are awesome.
Yeah. We got the best fans, man. We have the best
incredible. No, well, yes, we do. We have the best fans, and incredibly, we have a great conversation regardless of the information. And CK, how many weeks till we got actual people in pads doing shit?
Like less than 2 weeks.
Hell yeah. Well, imagine how long that will stream. We might just stream like 24/7.
Well,
I mean, it's like we'll have to talk about
for those interested. I know we're late in the show here. Me and Cody, I don't know, Greg, if you have made the decision whether you're going or not, but me and Cody are going to be going to FanFest with our families.
Yes, sir.
And so anybody who's interested in meeting up, hanging out, whatever that may look like, feel free to, we can maybe do some sort of a meetup, maybe prior to or after, or maybe the day after, maybe even do like a C3 brunch the day after. That would be pretty cool, I think. So if anybody's interested in that, but I'm going to try to, we'll try to maybe get some good content, maybe even stream, on a phone, maybe trying to get Baker to say something interesting about the C3 podcast. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. No, we need Baker.
Yeah, exactly. So that'd be interesting, man. But yeah, no, it's, all
right, let's start organizing that, folks. If you're interested in hanging out with CK and Cody on the way after to or from or the day after for a brunch, let's start making it. Let's put it in the works. I'm going to be fortunately, my wife is dragging me on a vacation. I can't make it. Let's get into the ice up picks, our final part of the show of this 4-hour podcast, bitch. 4 hours. And we have been killing it, man. I mean, it's not just been fluff. There's been arguments. There's been fights. We've made up. Cody and I will have makeup sex tomorrow and the day after. Don't worry.
Dreams.
And you'll be the Baker Bottom.
Baker Bottom.
Yeah, you will. And I'm on top, baby. I'm on top of this hill.
What are you you're the Sam Darnold doubter. All right, let's go. Ice up picks. What you guys got?
I'm gonna go first just because I got something quick.
You're ready.
I got something simple. Don't be the type of person that rushes up on stage and tries to get close to your favorite performing artist, because you're destined to be in a clip that looks something like this.
Who is this, by the way? Oh,
goodness gracious!
This is out of Travis.
Look at that bouncer, this big ass motherfucker. Look at how tiny it looks, like little Prince on the stage performing.
I'm actually not even sure. At first, I thought it was Travis Scott. That's not Travis Scott.
Who
Chad,
is
you're gonna
this?
have to help
Look
out.
at this big ass bouncer.
He goes right into the railing. Dude, you know he hit so fucking hard. Yeah, that is Travis Scott. That's who I thought it was. But I love the caption too, because it was like, hold on, what did it say? It said, it's Lil Baby. Lil Baby got a better O-line protecting him than Sam Darnold. And I just thought that was hilarious. Hey, if you're dumb enough to play stupid games like that, then you deserve all the stupid prizes that you're set to receive. Ice up, son.
All right, I'll go next because I got it pulled up already. I got the share
I
screen.
saw this. That's bad shit, dude.
Bro, this is crazy. First of all, I'm not a person who, when I go, I will do roller coasters with you. I do get motion sickness. Like, I really, like, if I go deep sea, like, I get motion sickness. But I will ride roller coasters. I'll do some shit. But, like, the teacups at, you know what I'm saying? Like, you do the spinny stuff. I don't like spinny stuff. And so I've always said to myself, I don't want to jump out of an airplane. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's super exhilarating. I'm sure that you get the highest of highs. You get the dopamine, amphetamine, whatever you get in your brain. All right. So I have a couple of questions. I'm about to show this video for people that are listening. It's like a propeller plane. You know what I'm saying? Like a little plane. There's like 3 or 4 people stuffed in it. They're about to jump out. One person they climb out there. It almost feels like this person climbing out and stepping on this thing doesn't want to jump in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never seen where you jump out of an airplane and you actually climb out onto the wing and like hang out. But I want to show you this because that's not where it goes wrong. So look, it feels like they don't want to go. They're like, jump, bitch, jump. And then somebody else goes.
Oh, they hit another plane. Oh.
Wow.
All right. So what happens is for people listening on the audio podcast, they climb out onto this wing. They're all in fucking parachutes. None of them look like they want to jump. They look like they're scared as shit, all of them. And then somehow this plane crashes into another plane, and I think the other plane, everybody on it died.
No,
like it
looked like it was missing a wing.
But yes, it looked like it missed
was what it was going into.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in that other plane. And how about you being the motherfucker that jumped out of the airplane? And then you're like, oh, I'm scared to jump out. And then you crash into another airplane, fell out of an airplane.
How does that?
Bro,
you go up next. He's pretty sure everyone survived.
Ice up, bro.
Yeah.
Ice up.
I saw that. That was crazy, man.
It makes me nervous just to thinking about it.
Yeah.
All right, who's up?
I got one ready.
Yep.
Let's go. Let's
so
go.
okay, I have a lot of chickens, right? One of my chickens just laid like 10 eggs and all of them hatched. Now I have like 23 chickens, right? But of all these chickens, I only have 3 roosters, which is way too many roosters anyway. Roosters are assholes. Roosters are assholes. They're assholes. They're assholes. I'm telling you, man. And chickens are very easy to kill. Now, the benefit of chickens being very easy to kill and being assholes is they're very cheap too. You can buy a chicken very, very cheap. Okay,
$3.
So I heard a story the other day about this guy who had a chicken, his neighbor's chicken, attacking him, which they'll do. Roosters will do that. I mean, they'll really never hurt you, but if you're not familiar with them, I can understand being scared. And he killed it. He said he just swung at it and killed it. This guy pressed felony charges on him. And this guy,
I saw this video.
Ended up serving time, right?
So I'm great. That was literally going to be my other ice up. I have the video.
I have the video right now. Yeah, let me show it. I'll share it real quick.
Let's see it. Show it. Let's see it. Let's see it and show it. Share it, Cody. So my man gets arrested for defending himself against a rooster.
Restart the video.
There we go. You all ready?
Yeah.
But one day when Nick says the rooster followed him and attacked him.
His neck flares up and he's doing his thing and he's trying to jump up at me.
He was trying to get the animal away.
And I try to hit it, but the chicken's jumping up at me and I accidentally knocked it in the head. You know, call it a lucky shot, whatever.
But when Dave Felice came home, all he saw was his rooster dead in a ditch.
I said, I'm calling JSO. I called JSO. JSO didn't do nothing. And then a couple of days later, I realized I could call animal control.
And in late June, James Nix went to jail for animal cruelty.
Next thing you know, he calls the chicken police on me.
While the neighbor Nick says he never should have been arrested.
Chickens are dying every day, people, at churches, Popeyes, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Really?
But one day when Nix followed him and attacked him.
Oh, dude, that was fun. That was.
So
awesome.
what's your ice up? What's your ice up?
So my ice up is the guy who pressed the charge and sent him to jail. Like seriously, I mean, I understand maybe somebody might be sentimental to their animals, but look, folks, I'm going to tell you, if it's an animal you eat, don't.
I call him a
don't
narc.
get sentimental.
Hey,
with
listen.
you.
Yeah.
Don't be a narc, bitch.
Listen, at the end of the day, the reality is your dog attacks my kid. It's open season, bro.
Exactly.
I know that's not the
100%.
same situation there,
And
but
don't call the police.
Right. Go buy another $3 chicken. I promise you'll be okay.
And
So,
thank
ice
you
up.
for killing the dick in the room, being the rooster. CK, you gotta.
I do. So basically, I'd already kind of talked a little bit about the James Webb telescope and the reveal and everything, and quite honestly, outside of the miraculous images that it offers, like it's an amazing scientific resource, and it's going to provide a lot of future discoveries when it comes to space. Outside of that, NASA just screwed the fucking pooch on their reveals. Number one, they let Joe Biden release the first image, right? And when they did, they had no communication that was going to help people who weren't scientific. He
thought he was talking about Roe v. Wade,
right?
And like he was like, "Oh, this star looks a lot like a uterus."
Right. So this dude, first, that was the first part, and that happened yesterday. Well, I guess technically 2 days ago, since it's past midnight. And then as of the 12th, they did their reveal of all the color photos and everything, and it's amazing. But their production was absolutely dog shit. Like, these guys know how to build rockets and how to do the science, but they do not understand production whatsoever, or the internet, apparently. They just had the worst audio setup. They had horrible transitions to videos. They were talking over other people. They were in the middle of videos transitions while another video was playing. It was one of the worst productions I've ever seen for such a momentous occasion. And so for that, outside of the miraculous work you've done from a scientific standpoint, I want to say, NASA, you really screwed the pooch, because I think you've turned off. This was an opportunity to, I think, get young people interested, and it still can be. But if they had done this right, like SpaceX tends to do, you could have had,
like The Boys does. The Boys has the best social media, and they're just a TV show.
Right. And so if you have the ability, if you could have done that right, I think you could have set us forward with regard to kids wanting to be in science, excitement, wanting to review. Like, but instead,
I
it
didn't
was
even
like,
know about it, and I
Yeah.
pay
Oh, man.
attention to shit. Yeah, I should know about this.
Tony,
it should
go.
be trending.
Have you not seen them yet?
It's
No.
Oh, dude.
unbelievable.
I'm telling. Look,
I need
I'm
to
sitting
see
here
'em.
looking at them right now. Actually, we're talking about them. Like space travel is always something that I've imagined in my life that I don't think in my lifetime will be available for me. Maybe my kids, but I don't think in me. But like looking at these, it is so gorgeous, man. It almost makes me cry that it's possible to see this kind of stuff. This looks like something you would see in a movie. It doesn't look real.
Incredible. Tell them to ice up, CK.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
All right. That number's 252-228-5098. We're here every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. live. Usually we only go 3 hours. Good God, and that's long enough. Tonight we went 4 hours. Thank you, Baker Mayfield. I'm a Baker man. Cody Lashley don't like him, but could. Lord, he can talk about him all he can. Tell him where they can find you until Friday.
Yeah, you can find me at Cody Lack, CODYLAC. I promise I'm just as ignorant on Twitter as I am on YouTube. And every Friday, you can be a part of the Friday Free-For-All, where you can join the show and be a part of the action, join the show via StreamYard. Man, this past Friday had more viewers than we've ever had.
Dude, incredible.
The StreamYard was so full.
Incredible.
People couldn't
Thank
even
you,
wait.
Baker.
They couldn't even wait in the background. So if you want to be a part of the show, Friday at 7 p.m., you can come and tell me what you think yourself, man. Friday.
CK, how can they get after you, brother?
Man, you can get after me on all the social medias, and Facebook, Twitter. Code Dizzle Allen is the username. I do some streaming from time to time. I mainly I'm on here, I think it's worth going and saying hi to me on some of those different areas.
Amen. The Bat Daddy, Stat Daddy 52. Tell them how they can get after you.
You can check me out at the Bat Daddy 52 on Twitter, or check out my other show, Geeks Chasing Squirrels Across the Multiverse. We usually go live Fridays or Saturdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, depending on but we cover all kinds of stuff. If you like
depending
Thor,
on the universe,
exactly.
I mean, it could be the universe.
Well, if you like Thor: Love and Thunder, check out last week's episode. We covered The Boys finale, Thor: Love and Thunder. We covered Umbrella Academy season 3, the whole season. So it's all kinds of good stuff on there. Check it out.
Hot take, Greg, for you. Hot take here is that The Boys season finale was the least eventful show of the actual season.
I agree with that.
Like,
yeah,
I'm telling you, it's not that it was bad, but there was always in one show where I was just like, oh my God, this is uncomfortable.
Another hot take for you. Thor was below average.
I haven't seen it, and we can't go
All right.
deep on it.
All right. My name is Tony Dunn. They call me the professor. It's the C3 Panthers podcast every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. We chop it up with y'all, the greatest Panther fans in the world. All you got to do is hang out with us and talk with us. You can tweet me at cat_chronicles. You can follow our work at carolinacatchronicles.com. I'd love for you to do a single thing, and that's write a review if you listen to us on Spotify. If you're still listening now and watching now and you don't write a comment, share the link. Good Lord. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Cody Lashley, will you take us out of here? I gotta go to work. I might get divorced. We're all getting divorced.
Hey, man, I will take you.
Baker.
Sweet good night. Ladies and gentlemen,
Can't wait till
until
Baker
next
just
time, keep pounding.
comes on white Jesus.
Tony's a
Keep
Baker
pounding.
Early nominating contests build momentum for 2024 contenders seeking the White House. C-SPAN is the place for political campaign enthusiasts, with unfiltered coverage surrounding the early primaries and caucuses, as well as speeches from key battleground states. Whether you're interested in your state's race or want to follow all of the political events, you can get immediate access to what the candidates are saying, plus nominating results in real time with the free mobile app, C-SPAN Now, or watch live on the C-SPAN networks.